Chapter 2349. A powerful aura wreaked havoc on the battlefield, spreading out in all directions. That terrifying aura made people feel suffocated. The crowd, who were originally shocked by Zi Chen's ability to defeat an enemy of a higher level, turned their heads and stared at the battlefield after sensing the oppressive aura. They saw Steward Mac holding a sword in his hand. The aura that suddenly erupted in the battlefield came from that light sword. Zi Chen's gaze also shifted from the battlefield to Steward Mac's hand. His expression instantly changed. Perhaps they had stayed in this world for too long and had already forgotten the aura of a holy weapon. But Zi Chen had only been in this world for a little more than a year. He was all too familiar with this aura. Holy weapon. That was a holy weapon. Steward Mac had been carrying a holy weapon with him all this time. He was very surprised and shocked because his purpose in coming to this world was to obtain a holy weapon. Once he obtained one, he would be able to find a way to leave. That's a holy weapon. The moment Wo Shan saw the weapon, his expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. His original confidence had disappeared without a trace at this moment. As a level 6, he was definitely considered a high-ranking person in this world, so it was not strange for him to recognize a holy weapon. It's time for the battle to end. Steward Mac sighed, holding the sword in his hand and swinging it forward. His movements were very light and gentle. It was just a light swing, like scattering flowers. A bright sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword, extending forward. This was the first time Zi Chen had seen sword aura in this world, and it was the sword aura from a holy weapon. It was very dazzling, very shocking, and the effect was much stronger than in the outside world. The moment Wo Shan saw the holy weapon, he lost his will to fight. When he fought with Steward Mac, there was no clear victor, but now that his opponent had a holy weapon, he was far from being able to deal with him. He turned around and ran without hesitation. This was definitely the fastest escape speed in his life, many times faster than Zi Chen, who was currently using his fastest speed. But his speed could not compare to the sword aura's speed. The sword chi came from behind and swept past his body without any resistance. A strange scene appeared. The sword chi had clearly cut through his body, but he was still completely unharmed. He continued to run and advance. After flying for about 50 meters, his body suddenly separated from the top and bottom and fell to the ground in the distance. He slid along the ground for a while before stopping. A hunter of the 6th rank was easily cut in half at the waist by a single strike from a saint weapon. This turn of events was no doubt shocking to the crowd. Before they could even recover from the shock of seeing a level 5 hunter killed, they saw their leader being slashed horizontally by a sword. That was a level 6 hunter, an extremely powerful existence. Yet, he had died in front of them just like that. Butler Cheng, who was fighting with the wildebeest, had no trace of blood on his face. When he saw Wo Shan being cut in half, he screamed and ran away in fear. "You won't be able to escape." The wildebeest expert didn't chase after him, he just said this sentence lightly. Very far away, Steward Mac threw the saint weapon in his hand at the fleeing Steward Cheng. Swoosh! Like an arrow feather, the holy sword emitted a bright light and flew towards Steward Cheng. Poof! A few miles away, the space distorted and a powerful energy burst out. Steward Cheng's body was completely penetrated by the holy sword. The holy sword pierced through his chest. He turned around to look at Steward Mac. They were very far apart, but he could still see the mocking smile on Steward Mac's face. This was a scheme, a truly great scheme. "Master, we were all fooled." Steward Cheng thought to himself, then fell to the ground and died. The situation of the battle changed too quickly. It was so fast that no one could accept it. Originally, even if Zi Chen had killed a level 5 hunter, he was heavily injured and couldn't attack. They still had a chance of winning. But then, the deaths of the 2 level 6 hunters made them feel true despair. "Don't let a single one go." A cold voice sounded. The holy sword that had pierced through Steward Cheng's chest suddenly turned back. Like a ray of light, it flew towards the level 4 hunters. Swoosh! 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 The holy sword swept past them quickly, and the level 4 hunters fell. They thought that their strong defense was nothing in front of the holy sword. Then, The holy sword turned into a ray of light and flew towards Zi Chen. No. Dun Li and the others saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Their faces were full of disbelief. Looking at the direction of the holy sword, it was obvious that it was going to kill Zi Chen. But why? Why did it want to kill Zi Chen? Could it be that it wanted to kill everyone to silence them? When their expressions changed, they also turned to look at Molt. But all they saw was confusion on Molt's face. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on either. The wildebeest expert watched this scene indifferently. His expression didn't change much. In the distance, Steward Mac was walking towards them. He, who had displayed level 6 strength, had changed from a kind old man to a decisive expert. Swoosh. The scene that made Dun Li and the others despair did not happen. When the holy sword was inches away from Zi Chen, it stopped and floated there with the tip of the sword pointed at Zi Chen. It was a very dangerous scene, but Dun Li and the others felt their hearts in their throats. But in Zi Chen's eyes, it was as if he saw a curious baby looking at him curiously. This scene gave him a very strange feeling. Ling Bao, you scared our little hero. Right at this moment, Butler Mag's voice sounded. He had changed from a 6th-tier hunter to a coachman butler with a benevolent smile on his face. Ha ha. The expressionless wildebeest expert laughed out loud. He looked at Zi Chen with a face full of praise. Little guy, you are very good. Zi Chen scratched his head. He didn't feel anything strange. He had a very sharp perception. From the beginning, he didn't feel any killing intent from the holy sword. All of this was purely a prank by the holy sword. Dun Li and the others were shocked. Little hero, the battle is over. This is your reward. Steward Mai walked up, and the holy sword returned to his side, disappearing into specks of light. He took out an energy crystal similar to the one he had given to Zi Chen before, and placed it in Zi Chen's hand with a smile. Your injuries are very serious. Take this quickly. Zi Chen nodded. The energy crystal from before was completely used up. This one came at the right time. He didn't hesitate and ate it. But when he ate, he clearly heard the sound of saliva swallowing not far away. When he turned around, he found that Dun Li and the others were looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zi Chen was startled. There's blood. Molt walked to Zi Chen's side. That's normal. Zi Chen touched his face. It was indeed covered in blood. A level 4 killing a level 5. Zi Chen, you're very strong. Molt looked at Zi Chen with a serious and admiring expression. It was as if she had only recognized Zi Chen's combat strength at this moment. Thank you. Zi Chen smiled. A holy weapon had appeared in this battle, and 2 level 6 hunters had died. One of them was even the founder of Dragon Mountain. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful Molt's family was. Moreover, he suspected that he had been involved in a conflict. It was a huge conflict that he couldn't control. In this battle, no one had suffered much damage. Other than Zi Chen, who was the most seriously injured, Lindsay had lost a saber-toothed tiger. Although Zi Chen's injuries were the most serious, he had also gained the most. He had taken all the resources from the level 5 hunter and obtained an energy crystal from Steward Mac. After taking the resources from the level 5 hunter, Zi Chen finally understood what an energy crystal was. It was an energy crystal that only level 5 hunters or level 5 pseudo-divine beasts could condense. It was like the holy crystals in the outside world. Zi Chen was treating his wounds, while Dun Li and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. The wildebeest powerhouses, Molt, and Steward Mac were together. Steward Mac, did we come out because of second uncle? Why did he ask Steward Cheng to kill me? Molt hugged her knees as she sat on the grass with a sorrowful expression. I wasn't sure before, but after seeing Steward Cheng, I'm sure. Steward Mac sighed. Was second uncle the one who injured father? I miss father. I want to go home. Without master's order, we can't go back for now. Don't worry, master will be fine. The matter is not settled yet. Once it's settled, he'll send someone to pick us up. But you, don't you always want to come out and play? This is a rare opportunity. Steward Mac would not bring Molt back before the family's matter was settled. They could only continue to wander around aimlessly. After repeatedly assuring Molt that the family would be fine, she was completely relieved. The special carriage was broken, but the battle was over. Similar battles would not happen in the future, so there was no need for the carriage. After the wildebeest transformed into a powerhouse, it did not change back. As the team moved forward, Molt rode on the pseudo-divine beast controlled by Lindsay. Zichen's injuries were getting better day by day. After 7 days, his injuries were completely healed. He had also consumed a third of the energy crystal. Next, he would refine all of the energy crystal and improve his physical strength. He would wait for the recognition of the rules to awaken his own attribute. Now, apart from the 2 6th-tier hunters, Zichen was the most powerful powerhouse in the team. He had killed a 5th-tier hunter. Along the way, there were no more dangers that could threaten this powerful group. Most of the time, they only needed Dun Li and the others to make a move. A month later, Zichen had completely refined the second energy crystal he had obtained. His physical body was much stronger than it had been during the battle. Chapter 2350. Under the arrangements of the Jiatu family, the Jiatu family and Huangtu family were constantly moving around and building their foundations. In the second year of their arrival in this world, they finally finished their foundation chapter and began to awaken their abilities, advancing to the ranks of hunters. For them, who had been building their foundations for 2 years, awakening their abilities couldn't be any easier. Moreover, as their abilities awakened, their strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. The second rank, the third rank, and soon the fourth rank. This was a realm that would take many years for others to reach, but they only needed a short period of time. After reaching the fourth rank, the Jiatu family had them enter a long period of seclusion. During this period of seclusion, they began to break through to the 5th rank. The 5th rank was the prerequisite to enter that city. Only there could they obtain a holy weapon and find their way back. While the Jiatu family was making preparations, the remaining 4 members of the Hort family were also breaking through to the 5th rank. At the end of the second battle, Butler Mai redistributed the rewards to all of them. Although they had already received quite a bit of sacred source liquid, they had gone through 2 life and death battles after all. They would have to stay here for a long time. Perhaps taking into account the increase in Zichen's battle strength, Steward Mac gave out a lot more rewards this time. Zichen alone received 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Even for the current Zichen, this was still a considerable number. The third energy crystal was still in the process of being refined. Sooner or later, its energy would be exhausted. Therefore, Zichen still needed to consume more sacred source liquid to increase his strength. His physical strength continued to grow during the process of refinement. In the middle of a mountain range, Zichen was hiding beside a huge rock. He held his breath and fully released his perception. In his hand, the broken blade was already unsheathed and tightly gripped. At this moment, 10 meters in front of him, Yage and Menta were also hiding in the dark. They held their breaths and tightly gripped their weapons. Molt was 20 meters away from Zichen, tightly gripping his whip with a vigilant expression. Dun Li and Yuan Hong were 5 meters behind Zichen. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused, as if they were waiting for something. 1 mile away, Steward Mac and the wildebeest expert were standing on a high ground. They were able to see the movements of the people below. The wildebeest expert said worriedly, "Is this feasible?" Steward Mac chuckled. "Don't worry, they know what they're doing. Although there was some danger this time, the young miss should be fine. Moreover, this kind of experience will also help Miss break through to the 5th level as soon as possible." The wildebeest nodded and continued to look down. Of course, his gaze was always on Molt. Once the latter was in danger, he would rush over as fast as he could. This time, these 4th-rank hunters were preparing to hunt a 5th-rank pseudo-divine beast. If they wanted to break through quickly, they would need to reach the peak of level 4. The fastest way was to refine energy crystals. Roar. While they were waiting quietly, a roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the forest. The earth trembled and the trees trembled. A black panther quickly flew out of the forest. Its speed was very fast. It was like a ball of black light, stepping and jumping on large rocks, quickly escaping into the distance. Behind the Black Panther, there was a huge creature. Its entire body was earthy yellow, and its appearance was similar to that of a bear. However, its speed was much faster than that of a bear. As it moved forward, its four limbs stomped on the boulders, bringing about a great momentum. This was an unknown fifth-level pseudo-divine beast. It possessed an extremely strong power. When it roared, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs that reflected a cold light. Farther away, Lin Sai, who had already memorized the route, carefully controlled the direction of the beast's escape. Finally, after a few consecutive jumps, the beast jumped over a huge rock. Molt, who was hiding on one side of the rock, had a glint in his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as the beast ran over, the fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast came from behind. Its four limbs stepped on the rock hard, and the rock began to tremble slightly. The fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast took advantage of the force and leaped into the air, leaning forward. Right at this moment, a long whip appeared from one side at an extremely tricky angle like a viper, and coiled around the front leg of the fifth-tier pseudo-divine beast. The other end coiled around the huge rock, and was caught by Molt. The long whip was pulled straight, and the rock began to tremble. Then, it left its original position and rolled to the side. Molt also staggered and fell to one side. Fortunately, he grasped the direction in time and was not crushed by the rolling rock. The falling rock played a great role. The fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast fell down instantly, and its head hit a large rock below. Bang! With a loud bang, the rock broke into pieces. The fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast shook its head and seemed to feel a little dizzy. Die! A few meters away, Yage and Mentor leaped up, one holding a pair of hammers and the other holding a battle axe. They ruthlessly chopped down at the fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast. Bang! At this critical moment, the fifth-rank pseudo-divine beast stabilized its body and took 2 steps back, swatting at Yage with its claw. The claw collided with the hammers, and with a loud bang, Yage was sent flying. There was a huge gap between the 4th rank and the 5th rank. PFFF. Mentor's attack hit the opponent, but the battle axe was only able to penetrate the skull a little before it was stuck. The 5th rank pseudo-divine beast was in pain, and it raised its head, producing a powerful force that sent Mentor and his weapon flying. Molt let go of the long whip in her hand, and the other end of the long whip continued to wrap around the 5th rank pseudo-divine beast's claw. The latter held the long whip and pounced at the flying Mentor. Swoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flashed and arrived in front of the flying pseudo-divine beast at an extremely fast speed. Black light flashed as a cross-shaped blade arc slashed at the pseudo-divine beast's head. The blade arc slashed across the pseudo-divine beast's head, leaving a deep wound. However, the 5th rank pseudo-divine beast's defense was extremely strong, and even Zichen's attack wasn't able to kill it in one blow. Ha! Ha! 2 loud shouts followed closely behind by Dun Li and Yuan Hong. They were good at attacking, not defense. Therefore, after appearing in front of Zichen, the weapons in their hands pierced into the body of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast before it landed on the ground. However, the weapons were stuck before they could penetrate too deep into its body. The two pulled out their weapons and rolled on the ground, retreating to the sides. Mentor and Yage rushed forward in time, blocking the attacks for the others before the pseudo-divine beast could get angry. The two of them were in charge of defense, and even Molt quickly rushed over, grabbing the long whip and controlling the pseudo-divine beast's movements. Roar! After being ambushed several times in an instant, the pseudo-divine beast was completely enraged. Its claw fell, and Yage and Mentor were sent flying. Fart! The moment the two were sent flying, the cross-shaped blade arc appeared again and struck the place where it had attacked before, making the wound even deeper. Then, Zichen retreated, and Dun Li and Yuan Hong rushed forward. Fart! Fart! The two's attacks were effective, and they continued to roll back. However, this time, the pseudo-divine beast seized the opportunity and pounced at Dun Li. Its speed was much faster than Dun Li's, and it pressed Dun Li to the ground with one claw. At the same time, it opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and was about to bite off Dun Li's neck. Bang! At this moment, Molt exerted her strength and forcibly pulled it away. The pseudo-divine beast turned its head in midair and used the momentum to pounce at her. The speed of this attack was even faster than when it had dealt with Dun Li. Molt looked at the approaching pseudo-divine beast, but found that she had nowhere to hide, because the other party was simply too fast. Those sharp claws were about to press on her shoulder in the next moment, and it could pounce on her and swallow her at any time. The fear of death surfaced in her heart. Fart. At this moment, a black light appeared behind Molt, and shot at the pseudo-divine beast's eyes at lightning speed. Unsurprisingly, the pseudo-divine beast's eyes were pierced, and at the same time, the black light flew out from the back of the pseudo-divine beast's head without slowing down. The powerful force it carried caused the pseudo-divine beast's body to slow down, and it raised its head and rolled back. After crashing to the ground and rolling a few times, the pseudo-divine beast lay motionless on the ground. Blood gushed out from its wounds, dyeing the ground red. The whip fell to the ground, and Molt's body went limp, and she sat on the ground. Looking at the dead pseudo-divine beast, her pretty face turned pale. It was too dangerous just now. If Zi Chen had attacked a little later, her life would have been in danger. Seeing the death of the pseudo-divine beast, Dun Li and the others also came forward. Although they had only attacked twice, they had consumed a lot of energy. After all, each attack was full of strength. Zi Chen's face was pale, and he felt a little dizzy. The last attack had consumed too much of his mind power. After a short moment of silence, joy appeared on everyone's faces. Obviously, their method had worked. They had really killed a 5th-level pseudo-divine beast. If they could kill one, they could kill more. They had found a shortcut to improve their strength quickly. Dozens of meters away, on a big rock, Steward Mac and the wildebeest looked at each other and saw the appreciation in each other's eyes. They nodded with satisfaction. "Look, is there anything?" Lindsay ran out from the side and said excitedly. Dun Li immediately went forward and used the long sword in his hand to cut open the pseudo-divine beast's head with difficulty. A glowing crystal rolled out from the head. The glowing crystal was the energy crystal. "It's really there. It's really a 5th-level one." Lindsay's eyes were full of light when he saw the energy crystal. Dun Li picked up the energy crystal and threw it to Zi Chen. Zi Chen took it and looked at it, then threw it to Molt, and said, "You've worked hard. We'll start from you." Chapter 2351. The wildebeest expert and Steward Mac were looking down from a high vantage point. Through the sparse forest, they could clearly see the motionless people hiding behind a boulder. A moment later, a roar was heard from the forest. A level 5 pseudo-divine beast was lured out, and it quickly chased after the level 4 black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard rushed in the designated direction, and a long, snake-like whip quickly wrapped around the neck of the level 5 pseudo-divine beast. The long whip was pulled straight in an instant, causing the other party to stagger and crash into the ground, creating a deep crater. "Go!" A low shout was heard, and Yage and Menta rushed out from both sides to attack the pseudo-divine beast. The pseudo-divine beast roared in pain and went completely mad. At this moment, a light flickered, and Zi Chen used the heavenly thunder wings to rush up. Dun Li and Yuan Hong followed closely behind him, the weapons in their hands reflecting a cold light. A moment later, the level 5 pseudo-divine beast fell down dead with a sorrowful cry. Blood flowed out of its wound and dyed the ground red. It had been half a year since the first hunt. In this half a year, they had killed more than 10 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts. During this time, Lindsay finally advanced from level 3 to level 4, and became a truly powerful existence, controlling many level 4 pseudo-divine beasts. As for Zi Chen and the other 5, even after half a year, they still hadn't broken through, and were still level 4 hunters. But during this time, their fighting strength had also increased rapidly, and they were much more powerful than before. The wildebeest expert nodded in satisfaction after watching the previous clean battle from a high vantage point, and said, "After this period of cooperation, their tacit understanding has increased, and their fighting strength has also increased." Steward Mac smiled and nodded. Dun Li and the others were all very strong, and they were definitely geniuses. Of course, Zi Chen was an even more talented existence in the team, and he was even more talented than the young Miss. Dun Li took out an energy crystal, looked at it, and threw it to Zi Chen, saying, you can have it this time. Give it to me. It shouldn't be my turn yet, right? Zichen took the energy crystal and said doubtfully. It's my turn, but I haven't finished refining it. It's a waste to leave it here, so I'll give it to you first, said Yage, who walked out of the humanoid puppet. If they were compared to geniuses, then Zichen was a monster among geniuses. The gap between the two was still very large. Z could completely refine an energy crystal in less than a month, but they needed several months, and their speed was far inferior to Z's. After learning about Zichen's refining speed, they were completely convinced by Zichen's strength. Even the prideful Lindsay, who thought he was special, could not say a word about Zichen's talent. Just take it. I know you've finished refining it. Malt looked at Zichen with a smile. After a long period of practice, she had lost the delicate temperament of a young miss from a big family. She had become calmer on the battlefield, and her combat experience had increased a lot. It had been a long time since she had been defeated by a pseudo-divine beast like the first time. In that case, I won't hold back. Who knows, I might be able to reach level 5 after refining this energy crystal. Zichen swallowed the energy crystal in his hand in one gulp. Are you going to break through again? You're really a monster. Hearing Zichen's words, they couldn't help but sigh. When they first met Zichen, he was only a beginner in the 3rd tier. In the past year, he had jumped from the 3rd tier to the peak of the 4th tier, and now he was showing signs of entering the 5th tier. At night, Zichen sat aside refining the energy crystal. He could feel that his physical body was about to reach a certain limit, and the recognition of the rules could come at any time. Therefore, he tried to refine the energy crystal as soon as possible. Dozens of meters away, Dun Li and the others were grilling meat. The aroma of the meat wafted over, and he could hear their laughter from time to time. Steward Mac hadn't paid them for a long time. It wasn't that he was stingy, but that they were determined not to accept it. There was no distinction between employer and employer now. They had become partners and friends, and they were like an adventure team. They went through adventures together and got paid. Steward Mai glanced at the horse-faced powerhouse, and the latter nodded. He then stood up and walked towards Zichen. Zichen opened his eyes when he heard the footsteps. He saw Steward Mac. Steward Mac nodded at Zichen and sat down beside him. Looking at the backs of the people sitting around the fire, he said, Zichen, what do you think of the young miss? What do I think? What do I think of her? He's very intelligent, not delicate, and very easy to get along with. This sudden question made Zichen pause for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he replied, What about the Mai family? What do you think of the young Miss family? Steward Mac asked again. Zichen shook his head and said, I've never been to the Mai family, so I'm not sure. But I think it's a big family. It's not weaker than the Hort, Kato, or Doff. I can tell you that the Mai family is stronger than the other 3 families, Steward Mac said. Steward Mac's words surprised Zichen. He thought that the Mai family was only equal to the other 3 families, or maybe even weaker. After all, the 3 families were constantly adding new blood. I know you have some enmity with the Hort family. If you're willing to join the Mai family, the Hort family will think twice before dealing with you. They might even give up on dealing with you. Steward Mac continued looking at the surprised Zichen. Join the Mai family? The invitation caught Zichen off guard. I've been observing you recently. We're very satisfied with your character, and the young miss doesn't reject you. I invite you to join the Mai family, and hope that you can be the young miss personal guard. Of course, if the young miss is interested in you, I'm happy to see that happen, as long as the family leader doesn't object. After all, you have a calm personality, and you're someone worth trusting. Steward Mac looked back at Zichen and said, As for the reward, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you have enough potential, the family will do its best to train you and help you reach a higher level. If you join the Mai family, you won't have to worry about resources anymore. This kind of temptation wasn't small. He could enjoy endless resources, protect the young miss, and even have a relationship with her. This was an invitation to reach the sky in a single bound. To most people, this was an invitation that they couldn't refuse. However, these conditions weren't enough to move Zichen. They couldn't even stir up any waves in his heart. Because he didn't belong to this world, he couldn't stay here for a long time. He was just a passerby. His ultimate goal was to return to the Life Star and protect it from the invasion of the pagans. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and shook his head. What? You don't want to? Steward Mac was surprised by Zi Chen's quick answer. Zi Chen thought for a while and said, Steward Mac's conditions are too good. Actually, I want to agree. However, I have to go to that city. I have a mission and a mission. In this world, there was only one place that could be called a city. It was the core of this world, the place where all the strong warriors gathered. It's not a conflict. My family also has a force in that city. When the time is right, we will return to that city. Steward Mac said. He thought that Zi Chen was the same as everyone else who had come to this world. Entering that city was their dream. I appreciate Steward Mac's kindness. However, my purpose of entering that city isn't to stay there. It's to leave that place. I have to return to my world. Leave? After coming to this world, you can't leave. Steward Mac was surprised. Maybe it's impossible for others, but I didn't come here through proper means. I still have a chance to leave. To be honest, I used the Jiatu family's passage to enter this world. Before coming to this world, I wasn't a saint king. I was just a saint. Steward Mac, who had always been calm, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. His face was full of shock. Zi Chen's performance along the way had already made him very satisfied. This was why he felt pity for him. However, he never thought that Zi Chen was just a saint and not the lowest standard saint king recognized by this world. In this way, the potential that Zi Chen had shown was much greater than he had expected. There has always been a rumor that the Jiatu, Hort, and Doff families control a special passage. That passage has a very small chance of letting people leave. It seems that this rumor is true. Steward Mac's face was still full of shock. When I was in the outside world, I had a deal with the Jiatu family. I need to come here and bring a saint weapon out for them. Therefore, I can only refuse Steward Mac's kindness. Once I find a way to get the saint weapon, I will find a way to leave and return to the outside world. Zi Chen didn't hide anything from Steward Mac, because the other party was worthy of his trust, and because he had nothing at the moment. This result was beyond Steward Mac's expectations. He expressed his regret, but didn't insist on saying anything more. In fact, after knowing these things, he finally understood why Zi Chen had such talent. How could a person who could make a deal with the Jiatu family be an ordinary person? He wasn't disappointed, but rather looked forward to it. Because such a person was destined to be extraordinary, and such a person was destined to leave his own mark in this world. Zi Chen continued to refine the energy crystal. During the day, he searched for level 5 pseudo-divine beasts with the others to kill. The task of searching was naturally completed by Linz's pseudo-divine beast. In this way, as the days passed, Zi Chen's body became stronger and stronger. Soon, a month had passed, and the energy crystal was completely refined by Zi Chen. At night, the team stopped to rest. Dun Li and the others were busy making a fire to roast meat. Zi Chen continued to sit cross-legged. Recently, his body had undergone some strong changes. Chapter 2352. In the dark night, Zi Chen's body glowed as he sat cross-legged. This light wasn't very bright during the day, but it was very conspicuous in the dark night. Dun Li, who was about to start a fire, noticed the abnormality in the distance from the corner of his eye. He stopped what he was doing and subconsciously turned around. The source of the abnormality was Zi Chen. He looked at Zi Chen and saw the light on Zi Chen's body. His expression froze in shock. The light on Zi Chen's body grew stronger and brighter. Seeing that Dun Li didn't do anything else, Yuan Hong looked up and was naturally attracted by the sudden appearance of the light. When he saw the glowing Zi Chen, his expression froze, and he stopped what he was doing to cut the meat. Yage and Mentor were tidying up the things on the cart. Speaking of which, they'd thrown away most of the worthless things along the way, but there were still so many things on the cart that they didn't even have a place to put their armors and puppets. The two of them also noticed the light not far away and stopped what they were doing, turning to look at the source of the light. Then, the expressions on their faces froze, and shock gradually appeared in their eyes. The light on Zichen's body grew stronger and brighter, illuminating the entire area. Steward Mac, the horse-faced expert, and Malt all turned to look at Zichen. Zichen's body was emitting a bright light. The light came from within, flickering with traces of electricity. It illuminated Zichen's face, making him look both sinister and mysterious. An energy fluctuation formed a ripple that spread into the distance. That's energy. Rank 5 energy. That's the light of rank 5 energy. Dun Li and the others were filled with disbelief. Zichen's realm had been the lowest amongst them, and he'd been a pure newcomer. But now, he was the first to reach rank 5. The light on his body was the light of energy that emerged from his body after he'd received the approval of the laws. It was the standard sign of reaching rank 5. Soon, Zichen's body would awaken an energy crystal, indicating that Zichen had entered level 5. Steward Mac's face was filled with shock, but his shock was different from that of Dun Li and the others. Dun Li and the others were shocked by Zichen's rapid breakthrough into level 5, while he was shocked by the energy attribute that Zichen was currently releasing. That energy was filled with destructive power. Streaks of lightning coiled around its body. It was an extremely rare lightning attribute. Thunder, it's actually thunder. This was the real reason why Steward Mac was shocked. This was because there were different levels of energy attributes. The lightning attribute that Zichen had awakened was obviously much more powerful than the average energy attribute. In other words, as soon as he entered level 5, he was already superior to many level 5s. I didn't expect it to be the lightning attribute. That's a very rare attribute. It was full of destructive attributes. This little fellow is really something, the strong wildebeest said. At this moment, the lightning that was flashing on Zichen's body made him feel a sense of danger. That was the restraint of the attribute. This energy attribute is really unusual. It seems that I've underestimated him. Steward Mac, who knew more than the strong wildebeest, shook his head and sighed. He's broken through so quickly. Lindsay found it hard to accept the fact that Zichen had broken through at this moment. He was still in the early stages of level 4, but Zichen was one whole level ahead of him. Moreover, this had happened in just over a year. The speed of his breakthrough was too fast. It was too shocking. At this moment, Lindsay didn't know that the others had suffered a much greater blow than him. This was because they had been in this state for many years. They hadn't been able to break through for many years, but today, they saw someone who had been in this state for only a year enter level 5 without any hindrance. Wasn't it said that it was very difficult to enter level 5? Wasn't it said that there were rules to suppress it? Wasn't it said that many people were excluded from the threshold? Why was Zichen able to enter level 5 so easily? Moreover, it was so easy that there weren't any bottlenecks. It was just a matter of time. Of course, they were happy for Zichen's breakthrough. However, they were somewhat angry and envious. Of course, they didn't hate him. This guy, isn't his speed of breaking through a little too fast? Even the daughter of the My family felt a little unbalanced at this moment. She had always felt that she was very talented, but she had to admit that she had suffered a big blow today. She was also about to touch the threshold of level 5, but she had always believed that she would be faster than Zichen. Everyone was shocked that Zichen was able to break through so quickly. They were quite emotional about it. This kind of talent really made people exclaim in admiration, envy, and jealousy. This might be the saying, comparisons are odious. However, at this moment, the lightning light that was emitted from Zichen's body suddenly changed. The dazzling light began to change forcibly. Half of his body suddenly became golden and there were golden lightning snakes swimming around. The light was blazing and full of violent aura. The other half of his body was emitting silver light. The silver lightning snakes were cold and violent, flashing and swimming on the surface of his body. His body became half gold and half silver. The two different auras of blazing heat and cold appeared on his body and then spread out, bringing along an extremely oppressive aura. What's going on? Such a change shocked Dun Li and the others. Zichen's energy attribute seemed to be a little strange. Dual attributes, how is this possible? When the strong wildebeest and Steward Mac saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Zichen's situation was completely different from common sense and became strange. They had never heard of a person who could awaken dual attributes when he awakened energy. This didn't make sense at all. At this moment, Zichen didn't notice the drastic changes in everyone's expressions. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, quietly feeling the position of abdomen. The energy that was previously suppressed by the rules was released at this moment. The energy gathered at abdomen, like a core, and turned into a ball. The ball emitted dazzling lightning light, which was Zichen's lightning attribute. Zichen had always expected that he could awaken the lightning attribute. However, Zichen was concerned about whether he could awaken the yin-yang lightning attribute. As this thought came to his mind, the energy crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In the light, gold and silver colors appeared, revealing the dual attributes. After perceiving the two energy attributes, Zichen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the rules were still suppressing him, with two attributes, his combat power was undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary level 5. He might not be able to fight level 6 opponents, but he would definitely be able to suppress level 5 opponents. After gaining energy, he would be much stronger in all aspects than before. For example, his extreme speed and the lightning blade manipulation flying dagger would reach a higher level. More importantly, after reaching this level, Zichen would be qualified to enter that city and look for what he wanted. This was his energy, so he didn't need a long time to familiarize himself with it. With a thought, Zichen sent the energy into abdomen and hibernated. The energy crystal that was shining with a dazzling light also turned into gold and silver. In the outside world, the dazzling light on Zichen's body disappeared, and he opened his eyes. When Zichen opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was staring at him with different expressions. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zichen touched his face and asked in confusion. Did you break through? Molt looked at Zichen and asked. Yes. Zichen nodded. I'll strangle you. Why did you break through? Molt stepped forward and pinched Zichen's neck. She shook him with all her might and clenched her small canine teeth. Everyone's expressions changed at this moment. Then, they all smiled and congratulated Zichen on his breakthrough. Humph, this is so boring. You're one step ahead of me. Molt was tired and could only sit aside. Her current strength was no match for Zichen's. Moreover, she didn't use any strength just now. She was just joking. Zichen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Let's drink until we're drunk tonight, Dun Li said with a smile. Yes, there's no pressure now. We can drink to our heart's content. Yuan Hong also smiled. In fact, although they were a little jealous that Zichen broke through faster than them, they were still very convinced because Zichen worked harder than them. Indeed, I need to relax. Zichen nodded with a smile. They had been out for a long time and didn't have much wine left. This was because they had met a caravan and exchanged some things for some wine. Zichen's breakthrough was naturally worth celebrating. Moreover, the stronger Zichen's combat strength was, the better it was for the whole team. Zichen also promised that he would go all out to hunt level 5 divine beasts and help the others break through. While the few of them were completely oblivious, the wildebeest expert and Steward Mac remained sober. At this moment, they looked at the few people who were drinking with regret. This regret was for not being able to keep Zichen in the My family. After witnessing Zichen's breakthrough and awakening two attributes, they thought highly of Zichen's potential. However, it was a pity that such an existence with such great potential couldn't be kept in the family. If he's willing to stay, I'm actually quite willing to be a matchmaker for him. I believe that the master will recognize him after seeing his potential. Steward Mac said. His character is not bad and he has great potential. The master will certainly agree. The wildebeest expert said. Steward Mac sighed and said, but unfortunately, he doesn't belong here. The wildebeest expert said, that's not necessarily true. There have been rumors over the years, but how many people have really left? Although this kid has great potential, he can't leave just because he wants to. Once he is unable to leave, with Mrs. Beauty, As long as you put on a little more effort, he will obediently join my family. Steward Mac looked back at the wildebeest expert and said in surprise, "When did you start to grow a brain?" "I already have one, okay?" The next day, Chen took the few people to hunt level 5 divine beasts. As everyone had guessed, Chen could now fight level 5 divine beasts alone. 1 month later, everyone had a great harvest. Chapter 2353. This voice was sharp and drawn out. When it reached the place where everyone was resting, it immediately woke them up. "What's that sound?" Chen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The sound came from there. It seemed to be some kind of transmission signal. He spread out his senses but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This sound was too abrupt, and his expression became vigilant. "What's going on?" Dun Li and the others got up, their weapons already in their hands. They were on high alert. "Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just a transmission signal." Butler Mai stood up and reached out to placate everyone. Then, he took out a small bamboo whistle and blew into it. The same sharp and drawn-out sound spread in all directions. Then, the two sounds rose and fell, communicating some kind of message to each other. "Steward Mac, what's this?" Malt sleepily walked out of the tent and came to Steward Mac's side. Steward Mac put away the bamboo whistle and said, "It's someone sent by your father. The family conflict should be resolved. We can go back." "Really?" Malt's eyes widened, and her pretty face was full of joy. "Really?" Steward Mac nodded. Malt excitedly cheered. The joy of going back home filled her heart. She was very happy and excited. But soon, she calmed down. She turned to look at Chen and the others, and asked in confusion, "If we go back, what about them?" Steward Mac said, "The mission ends here. If they want, they can follow us to a nearby town." Malt was confused. "Can't we let them go back with us? They're all geniuses and powerful. Father should like them very much." Steward Mac spread his hands and revealed a helpless expression. Malt turned to Chen and the others, and said, "Are you not willing? You don't want to go back with me? Thank you for your kindness, Malt. It's just that we're used to living a life of bloodshed and don't know any rules, so it's inevitable that we won't be able to adapt to the family. Moreover, we're not used to being restrained. It's good to be free like this. If fate wills it, we will meet again." Dun Li said with a smile, rejecting the other party's good intentions. Yuan Hong and the others nodded in agreement. "What about you?" Malt looked at Chen with a complicated expression, and asked, "Are you going to stay behind and do the mission with them? Do you want to be free too?" Chen shook his head. A hint of elation appeared on Malt's face. She thought that Chen was not going back with them and would go back with her. She was prepared to promise Chen some freedom in advance, but Chen's next words made the joyous smile on Malt's face disappear instantly, and he became disappointed again. "I have a quest. I have to go to that city." This was also a rejection. Although the Mai family had power in that city, the family she belonged to was only in the town. It was close to the city, but not in the city. Seeing the Mrs. disappointed expression, Steward Mac said, "Chen, we're going the same way as you, so we can travel together." "Thank you, Steward Mac." Chen thanked him. Steward Mac smiled. When Malt heard that they could travel together for a long time, the disappointment on her face lessened. Chen had great potential. He was a freakish prodigy. Dun Li and the others were naturally reluctant to let such a person go. However, they could not force Chen to do anything. Moreover, Chen had also helped them a lot during this period. However, just like Malt, they also felt a sense of loss. This was because they were going to pass by a prodigy with great potential. 2 hours later, the earth trembled. A team that looked like cavalry passed through the dense forest and appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was a man covered in armor. His body was full of killing intent. There were dried bloodstains on his armor. Under the light of the bonfire, it reflected a dazzling cold light. He was riding a huge exotic beast. According to the people's experience with pseudo-divine beasts, this exotic beast was at least equivalent to a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. Behind him, there were 4 other people riding pseudo-divine beasts. Traces of battle could be seen on their bodies. They quickly passed through the forest and came to Molt. The leader took off his helmet. Under the light of the bonfire, his handsome face was revealed. He looked a little older than Zi Chen. His eyebrows were like blades, and he was extremely handsome. Holding his helmet in one hand, he came to Molt and bowed. "Greetings, miss." Behind him, the other 4 people all went down on one knee. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the handsome man. It seemed that he was born with some kind of affinity and attraction. "Brother Chang Feng." Molt looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Chang Feng, I didn't expect you to come. How's the family? Is the family head doing well?" Steward Mac, who was standing beside Molt, asked. "Everything is fine," Chang Feng, who was wearing armor, said indifferently. At this moment, there was only Molt in his eyes. He said dotingly, "You've suffered during this period. You've lost weight and become a little tanned. But I've become stronger." Molt clenched her fists. She was like a little girl who was trying her best to perform, hoping to be praised by her parents. A large carriage pulled by exotic beasts came from the forest behind them. Chang Feng said with a smile, "Hurry up and get on." My YA nodded obediently and walked towards the carriage. However, she had only taken a few steps when she turned around to look at Zi Chen. Chang Feng's eyes followed Molt's gaze and saw Zi Chen. He frowned slightly. "Chang Feng, are you the Prince of Beast Tamers, Ku Chang Feng?" At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. It came from the Beastmaster, Lindsay. He widened his eyes and looked at Chang Feng with a shocked expression. Zi Chen and the others turned to look at Chang Feng again. At this moment, their expressions finally changed drastically. As a Beastmaster, Lindsay often mentioned the name of another Beastmaster, Ku Chang Feng. Ku Chang Feng had the title of Prince of Beast Tamers. It was said that he had reached level 6 at a young age, and was the strongest among the level 6 Beastmasters. He was known as the youngest Beastmaster in the world, and also the one with the highest potential. It was said that he had once been able to control beasts above his level. He was also extremely handsome, which was why he was called the Prince of Beast Tamers. Lindsay had always admired this Beastmaster Prince. He saw him as an idol. He didn't expect to meet him today. This was completely unexpected. Since Ku Chang Feng was here, it was obvious that these exotic beasts were his beasts. They should all be level 5 pseudo-divine beasts. "You're a Beastmaster too?" Chang Feng exclaimed and looked back at Lindsay. Lindsay nodded, looking a little excited. "Too bad you're only level 4. A little weak," Chang Feng said, shaking his head. After that, he no longer paid attention to them. He turned around and said, "Let's go." From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Dun Li and the others. He only glanced at Zi Chen because of Molt's gaze. Not to mention them, even the 6th-level wildebeest expert didn't catch his attention. This was a person who was difficult to get close to, and also a person who was proud. Ku Chang Feng put on his helmet again and flipped onto the exotic beast's back. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go." Steward Mac seemed to be used to Ku Chang Feng's indifference. He nodded and said. Dun Li and the others immediately followed and prepared to leave with the team. Whoosh. At this time, a long spear blocked in front of them, but it was blocked by one of the 4 people. Dun Li and the others were stunned. "Chang Feng, they are Mrs. Friends. They have been protecting Mrs. Safety along the way," Steward Mac said as he walked toward the carriage. "I will protect Mrs. Safety from now on. They are not needed," Ku Chang Feng said without turning his head. "They are just going back to a nearby town." Steward Mac continued. "Don't come within 200 meters of the team," Ku Chang Feng said coldly. "Brother Chang Feng, they are all my friends." Molt poked his head out of the carriage and looked at Ku Chang Feng with grievance. A smile appeared on Ku Chang Feng's cold face. He turned around and said, 100 meters. Steward Mac, Miss. My, you go first. We plan to stay here for a while. Dun Li saw that Ku Chang Feng wasn't easy to get along with and didn't want them to follow him. He cupped his fist and said to the 2. There wouldn't be any danger along the way, so the 5 of them could leave. They were used to being free, so they obviously didn't want to see the other party's face. That's good too. Chen, let's go. Steward Mac could only nod. Take care, everyone. Chen turned around and cupped his fist at the four of them before walking toward the carriage. Steward Mac was in charge of driving the carriage while Chen sat beside him. Ku Changfeng saw this scene and frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Malt poked his head out again and smiled at Chen. Chen, don't sit on the carriage. Come in and sit. It is very spacious inside. Chen, who was sitting on the carriage, already felt that the atmosphere was not good, so he didn't want to go in. However, before he could refuse, Malt dragged him into the carriage. In Steward Mac's eyes, this wasn't strange at all because they had been eating and living together during this period of time and had already become friends. However, Ku Changfeng didn't know this. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a burst of cold light in them. Goodbye. If you are lucky enough to pass by Jingle Town, you can find me there. After dragging Chen into the carriage, Malt leaned against the window and waved at Dun Li and the others. Yes, goodbye. Dun Li and the others waved back. Ku Changfeng's face was completely black as he looked at the carriage in front of him. Unfortunately, it was night and he was wearing a helmet, so no one could see this scene. Steward Mac guessed it, but he just smiled. There was an empty seat next to the carriage, and the wildebeest expert sat on it. Ku Changfeng didn't have anything to say about this because the wildebeest expert was a guard trained by the family leader and was responsible for Malt's safety. It was a corpse-level guard. P.S. I originally typed hundreds of words, but they were all deleted. I always thought that dreams and reality were two separate lines, and that one day they would be connected. Because there is a saying, if you work hard, you will realize your dreams. But I don't know when it started, but my two lines have separated, and the distance between them is getting farther and farther. It's time to make a choice. On one side is dreams, carefree, and free thinking. It's to travel freely in a different world, love, and hatred. On the other side is life. Children call you father, and your wife calls you husband. As a man, you have to support this family and bear this responsibility. When you can't take care of your dreams and reality, it shouldn't be a difficult decision for a married man. Give up your dreams and return to reality. Here, I want to say sorry to all the readers who have been supporting Lei Wu. I have failed to live up to your support and expectations. Chen's world is still wonderful, but I have to return to reality. Yesterday's break in the update was the last straw that helped me, who was not a decisive person, to make a decision. Chen's world won't end. He will reach his end, but the process may be a little late, because Lei Wu will try his best to maintain one update a day. Originally, I didn't plan to inform everyone, so that they would get used to it. But when I thought that there were still many readers waiting for the update on time, it was not kind to let them wait in disappointment. I'm sorry, everyone. Lei Wu will update once a day, and the update time will be at noon. If he doesn't update at this time, he will update at this time tomorrow. Those who want to scold me after seeing this, I suggest you to go to the website to scold me. Because other websites are all channels or pirated, I can't see it even if you scold me, and it will affect everyone's mood. Chapter 2354. After Ku Changfeng and the others left, the air became cold, and even the temperature of the bonfire seemed to have dropped. The shadow leopard next to Lindsay looked in a certain direction cautiously. Its back was bent like a bow, ready to attack at any time. It was as if an invisible force had locked on to them. They were like prey being targeted by a powerful hunter, making them very nervous. It must be Ku Changfeng's beasts. They are patrolling here, Lindsay said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind whistled, and a black shadow flashed past in the distance. It's really hard to get close to people from big families. Luckily we didn't accept Steward Mac's invitation, or we would have lost our freedom. Yuan Hong sighed. Let's go. We should go to Dragon Mountain Town and see how the boss will deal with the Dragon Mountain. Ever since the last sneak attack, Dun Li had secretly sent the news to Dragon Slayer's headquarters. According to Dragon Slayer's rules, this deliberate encirclement could not be let go so easily. Sitting in the carriage, Chen didn't talk and laugh with Malt. He spent most of his time cultivating. You're already at level 5. Why are you still working so hard? Molt asked curiously when Zichen woke up a few days later. I haven't reached the 6th level yet. My current level can only be considered the lowest here, Zichen said with a smile. But you're very strong. They can't be compared to you. Molt tilted his head and looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. After entering that city, he still had to face powerful enemies. Of course, the stronger he was, the better. Every time Zichen stepped out of the carriage, he would be met with sharp gazes. Those gazes came from Ku Changfeng and the 4 rank 5 guards. Zichen had to endure these hostile gazes every day, so he rarely left the carriage. This was only after they found out that Zichen would not follow them into Jingbo town. If they did not know about this, they would have thought of other ways to kill him halfway. Ku Changfeng had feelings for Molt, and Molt definitely didn't treat Ku Changfeng as an ordinary subordinate. As for what exactly was going on between the two, Zichen didn't have the time to find out. He didn't have a big heart for gossip. He just wanted to know more about that city. Steward Mac should be very familiar with that place, but he couldn't find a chance to ask. Thus, he could only stay in the carriage and cultivate. Along the way, Ku Changfeng's beast tamer was keeping an eye on them, so nothing unexpected happened. Zichen didn't need to do anything. He enjoyed almost the same treatment as Molt in the team. Without a chance to make a move, these people naturally did not know what kind of strength this young man, who looked younger than Ku Changfeng, had. Because they were going directly back to Jingbo town, there was no need to deliberately go to other places. According to Steward Mac's estimation, they would arrive at Jingbo town in about half a year. Of course, if they rushed at full speed, it would be even faster. This was also the reason why Zichen chose to follow this team. If he had to walk alone, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the city. At the center of this world, there was a city. This was the only place in this world that dared to be called a city. The City of God. This was the name of the city. It was very grand and had a deep meaning. Because in this city lived the God race. They were the true gods in the eyes of the world. All the strong people in the world gathered here. The minimum requirement to enter this place was to be a level 5 hunter. It was said that level 7 and level 8 hunters were very common in this city. If one was lucky enough, one could see level 9 hunters and even gods. This city had a large population, but not many people went in and out every day. It was very deserted. On this day, 6 people came to the City of God. Among the 6 people, there was an old man. The other 5 were young, but they had already reached level 5 at such a young age. They were qualified to enter this city. The old man glanced at the city but didn't go in. Instead, he turned around and took out a token. He handed it to a young man and said, "Hill, take this token and enter the city to look for our Doff clan's people. As for whether you can leave with the holy weapon, it will depend on your luck." The young man from the Doff family named Hill took the token and nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely leave with the holy weapon. There is a person outside waiting for me to kill with the holy weapon." After that, Hill put away the token and led the other 4 people to the gate of the City of God. The entire door was completely open, but they couldn't see what was inside. When everyone walked to the door, they saw a light screen appear above their heads and fall down. This light screen was similar to an energy detector. It was controlled by the laws. Anyone below level 5 would not be able to force their way through it. The only result of trying to break through the light screen was death. The ripples flashed, and the 5 people walked in. Of the 3 families, the Doff family was the first to enter the City of God. A few days later, the 5 people from the Hort family arrived. Hort Tommy was dead, so they only had 4 spots left. The level 5 guide did the same as the old man from the Doff family. He didn't choose to go in, but instead gave them a token and told them to take it. After another half a month, the Jiatu family finally arrived. This team of 4 was led by Jiatu Huangtu. He took the token and walked towards the City of God. When the light screen fell, he turned to look at the sky and murmured, "Zichen, where are you? Have you reached level 5? Molt seemed to miss his parents too much. He ordered the team to speed up. In the 5th month, They reached the boundary of Thorn Town. The My family didn't live in Jingle Town. Instead, they lived more than 20 miles away. They had a manor that was 1/3 the size of Jingle Town. Steward Mac and Malt tried to invite Chen to join the My family, but Chen refused. If he didn't refuse, Ku Changfeng's efforts to suppress his anger would probably explode. He had no enmity with them, so there was no need to provoke them. His main goal was to enter the city as soon as possible. Chen, you have to be careful when you enter the city. If you don't feel good, you can come find me here. I'll wait for you in the family. Malt looked at Chen with red eyes. Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Ku Changfeng, who was standing on the other side, snorted. It was impossible to get out of that place. Malt, Steward Mac, take care. Chen cupped his fists at the two and left. Malt got on the carriage and watched Chen leave. He then went back to the manor. Chen was about to enter Jingle Town to buy some supplies when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look in the direction of the My family's manor. In the sky there, a huge door suddenly appeared. The door emitted a bright light, and there were snakes of lightning swimming on the surface of the door. Then, the door opened, and a lightning python rushed out and landed on the ground. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the land as thunder began to surge. The momentum was extremely great, attracting the gazes of many hunters. Sounds of discussion could be heard. That's the thunderclap ninth heaven? Looking at the door in the sky, Chen's expression changed drastically. As a thunder warrior, he was very sensitive to the power of lightning. He immediately recognized that it was the power of lightning. That was the Thunder Tribe's technique, the thunderclap ninth heaven. The commotion came from the My family. Obviously, there was a big battle going on there. One of the Thunder Tribe members knew the thunderclap ninth heaven. Chen regretted not agreeing to Malt's request to visit the My family. He looked behind him, but Malt had already disappeared. Let's go take a look. Chen quickly came to a conclusion. He could only turn back and fly in the direction of the My family. The thunderclap ninth heaven had caused an obvious fluctuation in Chen's mind, so he didn't notice that when he changed directions, there was a pseudo-divine beast hiding in the dark, paying attention to his every move. Chen, who had run for more than 10 miles, suddenly frowned and looked in a certain direction. Pang! The ground exploded, and a figure flew out, heading straight for Chen to attack. Swoosh! He tapped his foot and easily dodged the attack. Bang! Bang! Mud and soil flew everywhere as a few more figures rushed out from the ground, charging straight at Chen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chen's figure flashed, and he dodged the attacks again. These people all had the strength of rank 4 or 5. They should be the guards of the My family. Chen did not want to fight with them. He only wanted to see the person who had just used the thunderclap ninth heaven. Therefore, after he dodged the attacks, he rushed forward. From afar, he saw the huge manor. However, when he saw the manor, he also saw many hunters with weapons in their hands and armor flying in his direction. He did not need to guess to know that their purpose was to stop him. Don't misunderstand, I'm here to find Malt. Seeing these people rushing forward, Chen could only explain. Kill. What answered Chen was the sound of killing. It was the sound of weapons tearing through the air. It was the weapons that were coming at him. Facing these attacks, Chen could only dodge. After dodging, Chen continued to rush forward. Since they did not listen, he would leave them behind. In terms of speed, the rank 5 Chen could be said to be the fastest among those of the same rank. On the solemn city wall, Ku Changfeng's figure appeared. He looked down at Chen and said, "His speed is not bad. You guys go and meet him." Behind him, the 4 people who had been following him nodded and walked down the city wall. Soon, the gate of the manor opened, and the 4 people rode their pseudo-divine beasts and rushed towards Chen. Chapter 2355. The deafening thunder had stopped. It seemed like the battle in the manor had ended. In the entire manor, there was no tense atmosphere due to the outbreak of a great battle. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Outside the manor, however, there was a small commotion. 4 men and 4 mounts in shining armor were charging towards Chen. As someone who had traveled with him for 5 months, Zichen naturally recognized the 4 of them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he shouted at the 4 of them, "Hey, I'm here to look for malt, not to cause trouble." His greeting obviously didn't have the desired effect. The 4 of them were silent as they charged towards him. Their eyes were even colder than they had been for the past 5 months. It seemed like the pressure they had been suppressing for the past 5 months had finally erupted. With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade pierced towards Zichen. Zichen shifted his feet and dodged the attack easily. At the same time, 2 attacks were aimed at Zichen's head. Swoosh! Zichen dodged again. He took a few steps back and jumped up. As he dodged the attacks of 2 people, he also dodged the attack of the last person. They were all at the 5th tier. Zichen wasn't afraid of them at all. As long as he wanted to, these people wouldn't be able to get close to him. After dodging the attacks of the 4 people, Zichen didn't say anything else. He continued to charge towards the manor in front of him. However, the door of the manor was still tightly shut. There was no sign of it opening. Zichen could only shout at the city wall, "Ku Changfeng, I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was no response from the city wall. He couldn't see Ku Changfeng either. The 4 people who had been dodged by Zichen turned back and charged towards Zichen. At the same time, the people who had launched the sneak attack earlier also rushed forward and surrounded Zichen. "Ku Changfeng, don't play dumb. I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was still no response. Clanging sounds could be heard from behind him. Another sharp blade came towards him. Zichen, who didn't want to cause trouble, didn't want to fight with these people. However, these people had no intention of letting him go. They pretended not to hear his words. This was obviously instructed by someone, and that person was definitely Ku Changfeng. Zichen felt that if he didn't make a move now, it would be impossible for him to enter. "Excuse me, everyone." Thus, he cupped his fists and said to the crowd. In the next moment, light began to flash on his body. It was the light of energy that only a level 5 hunter would have. When the surrounding people saw that Zichen was a level 5 hunter, they were all shocked. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, they adjusted their emotions and charged forward once again. Swoosh! A sharp blade went straight for Zichen's face. Zichen took a step back, and the sharp blade brushed past his cheek. He stretched out one hand to grab the opponent's wrist, and the other hand went straight for the opponent's chest. With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying by Zichen along with his weapon. Bang! Bang! Following this, Zichen easily dodged through the crowd, and then sent one opponent after another flying. Most of these people were level 4. After they were sent flying, they fell to the ground and howled in pain. However, they soon stood up again, howling in pain, and attacked Zichen again. Faced with this scene, Zichen was very helpless. He could only deal more heavy blows. Bam! After dodging an attack, he used his hand to chop the opponent's neck, and directly knocked out an opponent. His figure flashed, and dodged several attacks. Zichen easily attacked again, and several people were knocked out by his hand blade. Following the continuous sounds of explosions, level 4 hunters fell down one after another. The remaining level 5 hunters surrounded and attacked Zichen. However, Zichen had extreme speed, and could easily avoid their attacks. Swoosh! Sword light flashed, and an attack tore through the air, heading for Zichen's back. Zichen turned around, and the sword light brushed past his chest. The knife in his left hand struck the opponent's throat at lightning speed, and the level 5 hunter's body froze. In the next moment, Zichen turned 360 degrees, and his right hand blade hit the back of the level 5 hunter's neck, and easily knocked him down. On the city wall, Ku Changfeng, who was watching the battle indifferently, was surprised when he saw the light surging on Zichen's body. Along the way, he was very uncomfortable with Zichen's existence, but he never thought that this guy would have the strength of a level 5 hunter. As the level 4 hunters fell down easily, his expression did not change much. It was not difficult to knock out a level 5 hunter against a level 4 hunter under the suppression of their levels. However, when he saw a level 5 hunter of the same level being knocked out so easily, his indifferent expression changed again. No wonder Molt thought so highly of this guy. He did not expect him to be such an impressive existence. But so what? He was an entire level lower than him, and there were almost 10 level 5 hunters below. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to take him down. Bam! At this moment, Zichen struck again, and this time, his hand blade hit the back of the second level 5 hunter's neck with unbelievable speed. The latter's body went limp, and he fell down. After knocking out 2 level 5 hunters, Zichen's expression did not change at all. His movements were still as fast and elegant as before. Bam! Another strike, and the third level 5 hunter fell in the same spot. Zichen's strength lay in the spot he attacked. All the level 5 hunters present knew this very well, but they could not make an effective counterattack. They could only watch as Zichen's attacks came first, knocking them or their companions down. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that until now, they hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. Bam! Bam! The fourth and fifth level 5 hunters fell, and they fainted. Zichen was afraid that the battle would affect them, so he quickly retreated and distanced himself from these people. As he retreated, a level 5 hunter launched a sneak attack on him. But he turned in the air, and as he dodged the attack, he also hit the back of the hunter's neck with his hand blade. The hunter's body fell limply to the ground. Only the 4 level 5 hunters on exotic beasts were left from the group that had surrounded Zichen earlier. It had to be said that compared to them, these 4 level 5 hunters were more difficult to deal with. But as long as they were level 5 hunters, they would not be a problem for Zichen. The 4 exotic beasts pounced towards Zichen. The level 5 hunters on the backs of the exotic beasts were also holding their weapons tightly. Their weapons were flashing with energy as they slashed towards Zichen. He tapped his foot, and his body was in the air. In a situation where there was nothing he could use to dodge, he twisted his waist in the air and dodged 2 sword lights. At the same time, he quickly kicked out twice. Following 2 loud bangs, 2 level 5 hunters were kicked off the backs of the exotic beasts. When the 2 of them lost control of their bodies, Zichen's body flickered in the air twice like a phantom. Another 2 loud bangs were heard. Before the 2 of them hit the ground, they were knocked out by Zichen's hand blade. So fast. On the city wall, Ku Changfeng's expression changed again and again. The speed that Zichen had displayed just now had blurred his vision. The 2 of them had already lost their ability to fight and collapsed. That kind of speed was definitely at the top of level 5 hunters. Even in the eyes of a level 6 hunter, it was not considered slow. Indeed, in the face of Zichen's speed, the other 2 level 5 hunters were not spared either. They were knocked out one by Zichen. At this point, all the survivors had been knocked out. Only 4 level 5 exotic beasts were left. They stared at Zichen warily and slowly circled around him. Ku Changfeng, I know you're here. I have something to ask Molt. I'll leave after I get the answer, Zichen said again, looking in a certain direction. His line of sight was blocked by a protruding stone pillar, but he was sure that Ku Changfeng was there. Not only was Ku Changfeng there, but he even made some kind of gesture in the next moment. The 4 level 5 exotic beasts that were circling around Zichen suddenly roared and pounced on Zichen. A strong gust of wind blew, and a powerful aura raged on the battlefield. Previously, they were just mounts, and did not display any strong attack power. They were just cooperating with their master in battle. But at this moment, they had transformed into pseudo-divine beasts and were under the control of their master. Their real combat power began to show. At this moment, his strength and speed had increased by several times, and he now possessed an extremely destructive power. Under the sunlight, their sharp claws flickered with cold light. They went straight for Zichen's face. The air was torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. Zichen, who was standing in the same place, moved his body and avoided this attack. At the same time, he was ready to knock out this level 5 pseudo-divine beast. If he knocked out all his opponents, he believed that the gate of the manor would naturally open for him at that time. That was what Zichen thought, and that was what he did. But at this moment, a crisis came from the side. It was the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast. Therefore, Zichen could only give up on the first pseudo-divine beast. After dodging the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast, he was ready to attack the second pseudo-divine beast. But when the third pseudo-divine beast came, Zichen could only dodge. At this moment, he was not only facing 4 pseudo-divine beasts, but also pseudo-divine beasts under the control of a level 6 beast tamer. They cooperated very closely, and like a well-trained team, they were able to attack and defend. Facing the coordinated attack of the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, Zichen could only keep retreating, looking for an opportunity to attack. But after retreating several steps, Zichen did not find an opportunity to attack. Not knowing what was going on in the manor, Zichen's face gradually revealed an impatient expression. He looked at the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, who cooperated very well, and said indifferently, "Very good cooperation, very strong power, but speed is your shortcoming." After saying this, lightning flashed all over his body. The light under his feet changed, and his body began to flash rapidly. In Ku Changfeng's eyes, Zichen was still traceable. But in the eyes of the pseudo-divine beasts, Zichen had completely turned into light at this moment. Bang! 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 During this period, the sound of heavy blows kept ringing out. When the changing light disappeared, the 4 pseudo-divine beasts had fallen down and fainted. Zichen looked at the wall of the manor, where Ku Changfeng was. This time, Ku Changfeng did not hide, but appeared in his line of sight. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, their expressions cold. The gate of the manor opened, but it was not to welcome Zichen. Instead, more experts rushed out. Looking at these people, Zichen shook his head and let out a low sigh. Then, he relaxed his mind, and lightning began to flash all over his body. "Since you won't let me in, then come out and meet me." Zichen's indifferent words resounded through the world. Thunderclap 9th Heaven. P.S. Originally, I said I wouldn't P.S., but I received many messages from my friends, and I feel very warm in my heart. Among them, many friends sent red packets. In fact, there is really no need. Everyone, Lei Wu is the author's greatest support. Forget about the red packets. Last time, when I wrote a single chapter, it was actually just to complain to everyone. I really didn't mean to pretend to be pitiful. Because in real life, I have very few friends, very few. Don't worry, I am all right. I don't want to be a salted fish, so my dream will still be there. It is like a seed hidden in the depths of my heart. Without sunlight, it may germinate later. Chapter 2356. Thunderclap 9th Heaven. As his indifferent words fell, Zichen, who was surrounded by lightning, suddenly released a powerful aura. This aura appeared around him and rushed straight into the sky. He, who had been suppressed by the rules, seemed to have broken some kind of shackle at this moment. The powerful aura rushed into the sky and connected with a certain space in the sky. The space there began to distort, and the light of lightning began to flash. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, but thunder began to rumble. It was deafening and powerful. Vast majesty pressed down from the sky, and this aura made people feel suffocated. The distorted space became more and more dazzling, and then a huge door appeared. The door was completely surrounded by lightning. The powerhouses who had rushed out of the manor were all stunned. They were all too familiar with the anomaly that appeared above their heads. Just a moment ago, a similar door had appeared in the manor. But that door was bigger than the one in front of them, and its aura was more powerful. Compared to the two, the one in front of them was like a smaller existence. They were stunned and looked at the sky in shock. They stopped rushing forward. On the city wall, the cold-looking Ku Changfeng was also stunned. He looked at the door in the sky in front of him as if he was looking at a ghost. How can this be? Ku Changfeng's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zichen knew this move. It was exactly the same as that person's move. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize the real purpose of Zichen's visit. He wasn't here to find my YA, to join my family, or to play hard to get. He really had something to do. His purpose should be related to the door that had just appeared. He was here to find that person, to find that powerhouse. The door appeared in the sky, flashing with lightning. Zichen stood below it, surrounded by the power of lightning. This scene brought about great shock to the crowd. Steward Mac and my YA returned to the manor and the family. The moment they entered the house, they noticed the lightning door in the sky. What is this? A hint of worry appeared on Malt's shocked face. The lightning made her pretty face look very pale. This aura was simply too powerful. It clearly did not belong to the My family, but it had appeared in the My family. Don't worry, his master's friend. Nothing will happen to him. This battle is finally over. Steward Mac raised his head to look at the lightning portal and let out a low sigh. After that, they walked towards the door. Along the way, thunder kept roaring. Powerful thunder creatures rushed out of the door and landed in the manor. The earth was shaking and the buildings were being destroyed. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. Steward Mac stood in front of Malt and shielded him from the shockwaves. A moment later, the energy fluctuations dispersed, and the two continued forward. Malt saw his second uncle on the messy battlefield. At this moment, his second uncle was in a very sorry state. There were streaks of lightning crackling around his body, and his aura was very weak. "Second uncle," she shouted. The man in a sorry state was being carried by two people. He looked up at Malt and seemed to be smiling. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. "Take him away." A dignified voice sounded. It was Malt's father, the current leader of the My family. He looked a little similar to Malt's second uncle. Malt turned around and called out to her father. Beside her father stood a tall man. His hair was disheveled. He did not release any aura, but he gave off a very oppressive feeling. He was domineering and ostentatious. "Greetings, family leader." "Greetings, Lord Ming." Steward Mac bowed to the two of them. At this moment, Malt's second uncle was being taken away. Along with him were other severely injured people. Many of them used to be high-ranking members of the My family. They were all powerful people in the My family. There were many known sixth-tier powerhouses among them. "Thank you for your hard work." The family leader of the My family, My Chun, nodded at Steward Mac. Then, she looked at Malt with a loving smile on her face. Malt threw herself into her father's arms and choked with sobs. This time, she had left home for more than 2 years. Although she had grown a lot, she still cried like a child. "Child, it's okay now. Come, greet your Uncle Ming." This time, it's all thanks to Uncle Ming's help. My Chun patted Malt's head and smiled. Malt wiped away the tears on her face. She looked at the man obediently and called him Uncle Ming. The man laughed and said, "Brother Chun, you have a good daughter." After paying a huge price, this dispute was finally over. After chatting for a while, the man stood up and said, "Brother Chun, since this matter has been resolved, I should take my leave." "Brother Ming, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't seen each other for many years. We should have a good reunion. Since we're already out, there's no need to go back so early. After all, it's not easy to come out," My Chun said. When the man heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chun, you don't know. This time, the Lord sent me out to help Brother Chun. I have another mission." "A mission arranged by the Lord? Is it very important?" My Chun was shocked. She was very respectful to the Lord. "It's not important. It's just that it's more difficult to find a person," the man said. "Who is it? Why do you have to spend so much effort to find him?" "It's just a little guy. I don't know who he is exactly. I only know his name is Zi Chen." "Zi Chen? Uncle Ming, are you looking for Zi Chen?" Malt, who was standing obediently at the side, couldn't help but be curious when she heard that. "Why? Do you know him, little girl?" The man turned to look at Malt. "I met a person called Zi Chen on the way here. I don't know if he's the person the Lord is looking for," Malt said. "Does he have any special characteristics?" "How old does he look?" the man asked. Malt thought for a while and said, "He looks very young." "As for special characteristics, does being handsome count?" Steward Mac smiled bitterly when he heard that. What kind of special characteristics was that? When My Chun saw her daughter's expression, she frowned slightly and seemed a little worried. What other special characteristics does he have? For example, did he awaken as a hunter? What ability did he awaken? The man asked with an anxious expression. When they were on their way here, that lord had specifically instructed them to find this Zi Chen no matter what. However, this world was so big. It was easier said than done to find such a person. Now that he heard Molt's words, he also wanted to verify if this Zi Chen was the person he was looking for. Molt was deep in thought. Although she knew Zi Chen very well, she didn't know where to start describing Zi Chen's characteristics and abilities. This was because Zi Chen's combat power was very strong in all aspects. There didn't seem to be anything special. He awakened the same lightning attribute as the Lord. His awakened ability is speed. It's very fast. Steward Mac, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Lightning. It's lightning. His speed is very fast. How fast is it? A light flashed across the man's eyes. I've never seen anyone at the same level as him who is faster than him. His extreme speed has a special characteristic. He can flash very fast, and he can flash up to 9 times. When Mai Chun heard Steward Mac's words, she was a little surprised, and said, "Doesn't that mean?" The man nodded, and said, "What else?" 9 flashes is not his ultimate speed. His ultimate speed is a speed that can be boosted by external objects, Steward Mac said after thinking for a while. The man asked in a deep voice, "The external objects you're talking about should be a type of wing, right?" Steward Mac nodded, and said, "When I first saw him awaken his energy, I felt a little familiar. Is he the person the Lord is looking for?" Hearing this, the man smiled, and said, "Of course. I really didn't expect this little guy to grow to such a level. I was a little worried that he was still very weak, or that he might have been killed. Where is he now? Didn't he come back with you?" "No, he said he was going to the City of God for an important mission. He separated from us in Jingbua Town. Now he should be in Jingbua Town, or on the road to the City of God," Steward Mac said. "Oh, then it's easy to find him. Brother Chun, this little guy is the person the Lord is looking for. Since we have clues about him, I won't stay here any longer. I have to find him," the man said to Mai Chun with cupped fists. Mai Chun nodded, and said, "In that case, I won't force Brother Ming to stay. But once you find that child, Brother Ming must come to the My family again." Just as the man was about to turn and leave, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from outside the manor. Although this fluctuation was not as strong as the man's previous attack, it still had a shocking effect. This was because this fluctuation was accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky, there was a flash of lightning, and in the midst of the lightning, a lightning door appeared. The moment they saw the door, everyone present was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the move that Lord Ming had just used? Everyone looked at the door, then at Lord Ming, and their faces were full of shock. After the man recovered from his shock, he laughed out loud. What a good little guy. He even comprehended this. Looks like he just had an epiphany. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang out, "Mai Chun, I'm Zi Chen. I'm outside your manor." This voice, accompanied by rolling thunder, spread into the manor and into everyone's ears. "It's Zi Chen. He came to find me." When Mai Chun heard Zi Chen's voice, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Mai Chun was stunned, and did not understand what was going on. He looked at Steward Mac, and Steward Mac smiled bitterly. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. This little guy is smart. He knows to come here to find someone. Lord Ming nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he knew the purpose of Zi Chen's visit. "Let's go and have a look," Mai Chun said. Chapter 2357. The moment the Thunder Gate appeared, those who had rushed out of the manor were stunned. They stopped and looked at the sky in shock. Just now, an identical Thunder Gate had appeared in the manor. That Thunder Gate was even more powerful. Most importantly, the owner of the Thunder Gate was a friend of the My family head and had come to deal with the internal strife in the family. Now that this person had used the same move, it was clear that this person was together with that expert. Or rather, they were related in some way. Ku Changfeng had an absolute position in the My family and was very famous. However, after seeing that Thunder Gate, Ku Changfeng's orders seemed insignificant. They stopped advancing and even prepared to retreat. At this moment, Zi Chen used the sound of thunder to transmit his voice to the manor. His voice was heard clearly by everyone. He was here for my YA. Everyone in the manor knew who my YA was. She was the daughter of the My family. The apple of the My family's eye. Looking at Zi Chen, who was surrounded by lightning, and then looking at the shocked Ku Changfeng on the wall of the manor, many people seemed to understand something at this moment. With such a huge commotion, they had nothing to do with it. Sure enough, in a short while, lights and shadows appeared on the wall. The lights and shadows that appeared were all important figures of the My family. Zi Chen, I'm here. My YA saw Zi Chen, who was surrounded by lightning, and waved at Zi Chen happily. Beside him, Steward Mac also nodded at Zi Chen kindly. Master Ming appeared on the other side and calmly sized up Zi Chen. When he saw Zi Chen, the Thundergate, and the unconscious people on the ground, as well as the 4 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts, he couldn't ignore them either. Obviously, a battle had just taken place here. As for who the opponent of the battle was, there was no need to guess. The result was that everyone on their side had been completely defeated. At this moment, they could all sense that Zi Chen's aura was at the 5th level. However, such a level was able to knock out the entire My family. Mai Chun frowned. She turned to look at Ku Changfeng and asked, Changfeng, what's going on? Ku Changfeng turned around to look at Mai Chun. His face was pale, but he did not know what to say. Open the door and let Zi Chen in, Molt yelled. Above Zi Chen's head, the rolling thunder and lightning dissipated, and the door disappeared into thin air. Qin Lai's lightning energy also disappeared. He smiled at Molt and said, No need. I'm actually here to find him, but your people won't let me in, so I can only use this method. Zi Chen used his finger to point at Lord Ming, who was in the other direction. This action seemed a little impolite. Looking at Zi Chen, Lord Ming smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Zi Chen shook his head and said, Nothing. I just want to see who can use the Thunderclap 9th Heaven. The one who could use the Thunderclap 9th Heaven was definitely a member of the Thunder Clan. Zi Chen was also a member of the Thunder Clan. In this world, existences from the same life star would feel close to each other. When they met someone from the same clan, they would feel closer. This was the purpose of Zi Chen's visit. He just wanted to see his clansmen. If he had to say what he wanted to do, it would be to chat with his clansmen. It was that simple. You're looking for me, and I'm also looking for you. Lord Ming looked at Zi Chen and said, I'm Lei Ming. I know you're Zi Chen. I'm here to find you. You're looking for me too. You're looking for me. Zi Chen frowned, looking at the other suspiciously. It's a long story. I'll tell you on the way. You're going to the City of God, right? Let's go together. Lei Ming was about to jump off the city wall, but Mai Chun stopped him. Mingji, since you've found him, you should stay here for a few days. It's good that this little friend Zi Chen is also a friend of my girl. He should stay here for a few days. Let me do my duty as a host and apologize to him. Mai Chun tried her best to persuade him. He was worthy of being the master of a big family. His observation skills were sharp. He didn't need to ask for the details as he could guess what had happened. Zi Chen had seen Lei Ming use his fighting skills. That was why he had come here to find Lei Ming. However, he was stopped outside the manor by Ku Changfeng. However, he didn't expect that Zi Chen had such a formidable fighting capacity. He had arranged for Ku Changfeng to pick up his daughter. Since his daughter had brought this man back, she knew his potential. Perhaps his daughter was a little foolish, but Steward Mac was extremely shrewd. He would definitely try his best to rope in Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming had still left. Clearly, he hadn't succeeded. However, their friendship was still there. This could be seen from my YA's attitude towards Zi Chen. Mai Chun, who knew Ku Changfeng very well, also knew that Zi Chen had been stopped outside in the name of finding my YA. This was also what he meant by apologizing. Of course, the more important reason was that Lei Ming valued Zi Chen. Zi Chen. The manor's door opened. My YA had already run out. She was very happy that Zi Chen had come. Ku Changfeng saw this scene, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He was known as the Prince of Beast Tamers and had a great reputation. However, This was only for the outside world. To Lei Yiming, such an existence wasn't worthy of his attention. This was because Lei Yiming came from the city of God, a place where it was very difficult to leave after entering. However, Lei Yiming could travel freely. The two were not at the same level at all. My YA personally welcomed him. Zi Chen also nodded and walked into the manor with my YA. The people who had already woken up from their fainting states didn't get up until Zi Chen entered the manor. Their faces were filled with fear. Humph! My Chun snorted discontentedly and turned to walk down. This young man, who had been stopped outside by everyone, was personally received by the head of the My family at this moment. Greetings, uncle. Zi Chen was very polite to my Chun. After that, he greeted Steward Mac. However, when it came to Lei Yiming, Zi Chen didn't know how to address him. In the Thunder Clan, Lei Yiming was definitely an ancestor because he had lived for a long time. Even in terms of strength, Zi Chen had to call him senior. Lei Yiming waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Lei Yiming." Zi Chen just nodded and didn't really call him by his name. The group walked to the hall. During this time, my YA chatted and laughed beside Zi Chen and introduced him to the scenery of the My family. After entering the hall and taking a seat, the maids naturally served tea and snacks. During this time, Steward Mac told a few interesting stories and the powerful battle strength that Zi Chen had displayed on the road. Lei Yiming nodded repeatedly and was very impressed. My Chun exclaimed, "This is fate." At this moment, Zi Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He had a lot of questions to ask Lei Yiming, but he didn't know where to start. Lei Yiming smiled and said, "If you have anything to ask, just ask. There are no outsiders here. Why are you looking for me?" Zi Chen asked directly. "My master asked me to look for you, so I came to find you. I guess what you really want to ask is how I know you and why I went to find you, right?" Lei Yiming looked at Zi Chen and said. Zi Chen nodded. "I come from the city of God, so I have news about you. I don't know the details. I only know that one day, the goddess went to visit my master." Before Lei Yiming could finish, he was interrupted by Zi Chen. He asked, "Is the goddess you're talking about Yi Qian?" Lei Yiming nodded and said, "Yes, it is goddess Yi Qian. She told us that you came to this world. She was very worried about you and hoped that we could help you. Is she doing well?" Zi Chen asked. "How can the goddess not be doing well?" Lei Yiming looked at Zi Chen and smiled. When the two were talking, my Chun and the others were silent. However, after hearing the content of the conversation, other than my YA wrinkling her nose in dissatisfaction, Steward Mac and my Chun looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen Yi Qian before, nor did they know her. However, if she was really a goddess, then she was a real big shot in this world and a real upper echelon. They didn't expect Zi Chen to know a goddess. More importantly, Zi Chen didn't know what the goddess represented here. However, the goddess was very concerned about him. To be able to receive the goddess' favor and have Lei Yiming treat him as an equal, they couldn't help but guess what Zi Chen's identity was. "The goddess misses you very much. After knowing that I came to find you, she came to find me and told me about your situation." Lei Yiming looked at Zi Chen with a smile. There was more or less a hidden meaning in his smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? We're just good friends who came to this world together." Zi Chen said. "I know that. Before I came, my master asked me to pass you a message." "What message?" "You have the right to pursue happiness. We'll all support you. Even if the other party is a goddess, we can still help you." "What do you mean by that? I haven't even seen your master. Why would he support me?" Zi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you can really be together with the goddess, we'll support you in everything," Lei Yiming said. "That's not a good joke. Right now, I just want a holy weapon and then leave this world." Zi Chen said. "There's no problem with a holy weapon. However, we can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave. Of course, if you insist on leaving, perhaps the goddess can help you." A mysterious smile appeared on Lei Yiming's face again. Zi Chen really didn't have any thoughts about Yi Qian. Furthermore, he wasn't stupid. From Lei Yiming's attitude, He could guess that Yi Chen had a noble status here. This conversation came to an end. Zi Chen wasn't clear about the true meaning of the goddess in this world. Of course, he didn't understand what benefits he would gain in this world if he really had the backing of such a goddess. After staying here for 2 days, the two decided to leave. During these 2 days, Mai Chun treated Zi Chen extraordinarily well, and Zi Chen didn't see Ku Changfeng. On the day they left, Molt, Mai Chun, and Steward Mac came to see them off. Chapter 2358. The City of Gods was the most mysterious place in this world. It was also the final gathering place of all the strong martial artists in this world. As they walked, Lei Yiming turned back to look at Zi Chen and asked, "Is there really nothing going on between you and Goddess Yi Chen?" Zi Chen rolled his eyes and was too lazy to bother with him. This strong martial artist, although he did not usually put on airs, he was too gossipy. "We are just friends. She helped me, and I helped her. That's all. Why would the goddess need your help? Tell me, what did you help her with?" Looking at the gossipy Lei Yiming, Zi Chen chose to ignore him and started to look at the scenery along the way. Lei Yiming saw that Zi Chen did not want to say more, so he gave up the idea of asking and said directly, "Before entering the City of Gods, do you have any place you want to go?" "What do you mean?" Zi Chen looked at him. "What I mean is, before entering the City of Gods, do you have any place you want to go, or people you want to meet? Because once you enter the City of Gods, it will be hard to come out." Lei Yiming put his hands behind his head and walked forward. "Didn't you come out?" Zi Chen asked suspiciously. "How can it be the same? I had a mission, and Master paid a price to send me out. You are different. You are too weak. It is almost impossible for you to come out," Lei Yiming said without turning back. "Oh, that's all," Zi Chen replied without even thinking about it. "Nothing. There's nowhere to go." In this world, the number of people he knew was pitifully small. Old Fart Wei and Old Fart Zhon Wu were too far away. A round trip would take more than a year. Fortunately, he did not want to see them. A month later, the two of them stood outside the City of Gods. The city was huge and tall. It gave people a feeling of grandeur. The city gates were wide open. There were no guards guarding the place, but there were no people coming in or out. "There's no one guarding this place?" Zi Chen asked suspiciously. "No. Then how can they determine that you have the strength of a level 5? The rules will naturally decide." Lei Yiming walked forward with Zi Chen following closely behind. When they reached the city gate, they saw a curtain of light descending from the sky. Lei Yiming glanced at the screen and said, "This screen can easily kill anyone below level 5. As long as it exists, there won't be any problems here." Stepping into the light screen, Zi Chen entered the City of God. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at the city in shock. Very few people who enter the City of God are able to leave. That's because the city is completely self-sufficient. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a world. Lei Yiming's voice entered Zi Chen's mind. In Zi Chen's eyes, he saw a boundless city. The city walls towered into the clouds, and he couldn't see the top. All the humans in this city seemed so small. There were many people here. Some of them were dressed simply, some were luxurious, some were sallow and emaciated, some were fat, some were businessmen, and some were laborious. This was a city, and also a world. There were all kinds of people. There were upper-class people, and lower-class people. The people you see only have one purpose in coming here. Lei Yiming's voice sounded. "What purpose?" Zi Chen looked at Lei Yiming. "To become a god. Become a god. Can one become a god here? The god of the god race." Zi Chen followed Lei Yiming forward. Along the way, he saw many laborious. They were sallow and emaciated, and looked like they didn't have enough to eat. But the weakest among them was a level 5 hunter. They were extremely strong outside. Level 5 is the standard to enter this place. It's also the lowest level. The people you see are all brainless people. If they dare to enter this place without any background, they're simply courting death. Oh, the people you see are the lucky ones. At least they have a job. The unlucky ones have already starved to death. Lei Yiming said without turning his head, the smart ones only come in when they're level 6. Of course, the smarter ones only come in when they're level 7. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to understand why Yi Qian went to inform the Lord that Lei Yiming spoke of. Perhaps she was worried that Zi Chen would die here if he came in with level 5 strength. This city was very, very big. If one wanted to go to every corner, it would take 10 years or even decades. It was undoubtedly difficult to find a person in such a city. After walking for a while, Lei Yiming came to a carriage shop and hired a carriage. At this moment, Zi Chen was sizing up the pseudo-divine beast that was pulling the carriage. Zi Chen could clearly feel a powerful aura from it. Don't make a fuss. This is a level 6 transformed beast. But in this city, those that can't transform are more popular. Hearing Lei Yiming's words, Zi Chen was completely dumbfounded. A level 6 transformed beast was actually pulling a carriage? This is a smart one. It doesn't need a carriage driver. The divine crystals are given to the carriage shop, and the rest is earned. If it's a carriage driver, the divine crystals earned will be given to the carriage driver in proportion. While speaking, Lei Yiming got on the carriage, and Zi Chen followed. Without Lei Yiming's order, the level 6 transformed beast pulled the carriage forward by itself. In the carriage, Lei Yiming had a colorful crystal in his hand. The crystal contained a powerful energy fluctuation. This is the universal currency of this world, called divine crystal. Without it, you can't move a single step in this world. If you came here yourself, you would first have to find a job that won't starve you to death. Then you can start your mission. Looking at Zi Chen's contemplative expression, Lei Yiming said, the Jiatu family that arranged for you to come here definitely didn't have good intentions. They must have found out that we have people here through other means. After all these years, they must have accumulated some resources. That's why they let you in. What they value is not your potential, but your connections here. Connections? What connections do I have? Zi Chen was startled. I am your connection, and my lord is also your connection. Also, all the people from the Life Star are your connections. As long as we know of your existence, all of us will help you. Why? Because you're called Hope. I'm Zi Chen. Zi Chen from Hope. Zi Chen didn't understand Lei Yiming's riddle. Now, he was guessing whether the Jiatu family had foreseen this scene or not. Just like how the Jiatu family had made arrangements for Jiatu, Huangtu, and the others, once these people from this Life Star knew of his existence, they would also plan everything for him. Are there many people from this Life Star here? Asked Zi Chen. Not many, but not many. After 2 hours, the carriage stopped. Lei Yiming and Zi Chen walked out. At this moment, they were standing outside a mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 2 statues. One was a flying divine tiger with wings, and the other was the dignified dragon tiger sovereign. They looked vivid and lifelike. The carriage was already far away, and Lei Yiming had already paid for the divine crystals. Seeing Zi Chen staring blankly at the statues, Lei Yiming smiled and said, "What's wrong? You haven't seen them before, right? I have 2 friends outside. One is the flying divine tiger, and the other is the dragon tiger sovereign," said Zi Chen. Lei Yiming smiled, but his smile was a little strange. The 2 of them walked toward the mansion. At this moment, Zi Chen noticed that the words Craftsman Mansion were written on the top of the mansion. However, before he could guess who the owner of the mansion was, the 2 statues suddenly shone with light. 2 powerful auras were emitted from the statues, causing them to instantly turn from statues into living creatures. The 2 colossi leaped over. The Longhu sovereign stared at Zi Chen with his huge eyes and said, "Little doll, you said that you know a Longhu sovereign. Is that true or false? You also know the flying divine tiger?" The flying divine tiger also stared at Zi Chen. Looking at the 2 overbearing divine beasts, Zi Chen shrunk back and nodded, "Yes, impossible. There is only one flying divine tiger in this world, and that's me. There is only one dragon tiger sovereign, and that's me." The 2 of them spoke again. Their voices were so loud that Zi Chen's ears were buzzing. Zi Chen thought to himself, did I meet 2 lunatics? Or are they fools? He looked at Lei Yiming for help, but the latter said, they are not wrong. There is only one flying divine tiger and the dragon tiger sovereign in this world, and they are right in front of you. Zichen's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Didn't that mean that the two of them were true patriarch-level existences? Seeing Zichen's expression, the two divine beast ancestors nodded in satisfaction. Are you looking for a beating again? Instead of guarding the mansion properly, you actually dare to block the path of a guest. Do you believe that I won't chase you away immediately? It's not easy to find other things here, but there are plenty of gatekeepers. Just as Zichen was shocked by the origins of the two, he heard an old voice. The door of the craftsman manor had opened at some point, and an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion stood there and spoke. Hearing the old man's voice, the two divine beast ancestors' figures swayed and returned to being statues at lightning speed. Zichen was stunned and didn't know what to say. Greetings, sir. Lei Yiming bowed to the old man. Lei Yiming, your speed is really fast. This must be our young friend Zichen. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly come in with me. As he spoke, the old man walked down and pulled Zichen's hand in a familiar manner, leading him into the craftsman manor. It was hard to imagine that this amiable-looking old man was the owner of such a big craftsman manor, and the person who had just scared the two antique divine beast ancestors into statues. After entering the manor, Zichen saw another devouring sky wolf. However, it wasn't a statue, but a living creature. It wandered around the manor like a domestic dog. Then, Zichen learned that this was the first devouring sky wolf on the Lifestar, and it was also an ancestor-level existence. He was shocked and even a little petrified. There were many legends about this kind of patriarch-level existence on the Lifestar. In any of the legends, they all spoke of how powerful and extraordinary they were. However, among the three powerful existences that Zichen saw, two of them were actually gatekeepers, and one was guarding the courtyard. Chapter 2359. Even when Zichen walked into the main hall of the craftsman manor, he was still a little dizzy. What he had seen today had seriously overturned his understanding of legends. This city of God was even more mysterious and inexplicable. All the powerful existences that he knew of actually played a role here that seemed to be shameful. Just like Longhu Supreme and Flying Divine Tiger. If they were on a Lifestar, they would be the peak experts. Once they were angry, the entire Lifestar would tremble. It was true that their anger could shake the entire world. However, in this world, they were guarding someone else's house. Such a difference was like heaven and earth. Little guy, don't be dizzy. This world is just that cruel. Let me tell you, if I didn't have some skills and worked hard to accumulate such a big family business, no one would want them to guard other places, said the old man as he looked at Zichen, who was in a daze. My lord is right. If my lord didn't take them in, their lives wouldn't be good. Lei Yiming nodded and said, why? They are the strongest existences on this Lifestar. Even in this world, shouldn't they be the strongest existences? Asked Zichen, puzzled. Of course they are strong, but they aren't the strongest. In this world, there is the suppression of rules. The strongest is the god. The rules here are set by the god. Everything has to follow the will of the god, said Lei Yiming. God? Is it the god clan? Are they very strong? The real god is even stronger than the great sage. Do you think they are strong? That is another realm. It is also the realm that everyone yearns for. Can humans become gods? Theoretically, it is possible. Zichen looked at Lei Yiming and said, but in reality, no one has become a god, right? Lei Yiming spread his hands and smiled helplessly at Zichen. In his knowledge, it was indeed possible to become a god. However, until now, no one had cultivated to the god realm. Little guy, don't worry about the god realm for now. You should rest for a few days. I will inform Goddess Yi Qian. She should have something to tell you. If you have any questions, you can ask her later. I believe the goddess answer will satisfy you. Zichen nodded. He did need some time to digest what he had seen today. 2 days later, Zichen accepted reality. Lei Yiming told him that these people had entered the path of stars after participating in the war against the outsiders. Step by step, they went deeper into the star path and finally entered this area. It seemed that there were endless opportunities here, and one could even become a god. However, this place was more like a boundless prison, trapping all the powerhouses in the entire starry sky. This was also the main reason why so many people had entered the star path, but very few had ever returned. That was because there was no possibility of going back after reaching this point. They could only keep moving forward. It was said that there was only one path forward from here, and that was to become a god and enter the god realm. But after so many years had passed, they had yet to see anyone become a deity. On the 5th day, Yi Qian came to find Zi Chen. After not seeing her for a long time, Yi Qian had become even more radiant. Her clothes flickered with brilliance. After seeing Zi Chen, her face was brimming with an excited smile. Long time no see. Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian with the same smile on his face, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. There was nothing more delightful than meeting a close friend in an unknown world. I was very worried about you. I thought you would never be able to reach here. Yi Qian came in front of Zi Chen. She was clearly too emotional, and her eyes were red. I wanted to go out and look for you, but they wouldn't let me. So, I know. This time, I have to thank you for informing them. Zi Chen nodded and went forward to hug Yi Qian. This hug was very natural, and Yi Qian hugged Zi Chen back. Behind Yi Qian, there was an unfamiliar lady. After seeing this scene, her expression changed instantly. Her eyes immediately revealed a touch of frost. Cough. Friends haven't seen each other for a long time. A hug is nothing. A light cough came from behind the lady, and the owner of the crafts manor walked in. He looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were about to bloom. The lady turned her head to look at the other party. Her face was filled with anger, but she seemed to be wary of the other party. She didn't go forward to stop them, but just stared coldly at Zi Chen. The two people in front didn't know what was happening behind them, and they didn't even hear the light cough. This was just a hug between friends. Of course, it wouldn't last long. After coming here, I realized that we weren't in the same place. How did you get here? Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen and asked with concern. I just walked slowly. I didn't encounter any great danger. How about you? Are you okay here? You didn't suffer, right? Zi Chen asked and gestured for Yi Qian to take a seat first. Humph. Zi Chen's words caused a cold snort. Looking towards the source of the voice, Zi Chen finally noticed that there was actually an unfamiliar woman here. A sheathed long sword hung at her waist. She was tall, wore light armor, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked valiant and formidable. But at this moment, there was a trace of coldness and disdain directed at Zi Chen on her face. The goddess was the darling of this world. She was loved and doted on, so how could she be wronged? You country bumpkin, you really don't know anything. Of course, in front of the goddess, she didn't dare to say these words. As the goddess' personal guard, she knew how much the goddess cared about this country bumpkin. She is. Zi Chen looked at this disdainful and hostile woman in confusion. She is called Shi Lian. After coming here, she has been protecting me. Yi Qian looked at the woman and said, Shi Lian, he is the Zi Chen I told you about. Thank you for helping Yi Qian during this time. Zi Chen stood up and cupped his fists towards her. Behind Shi Lian, the old man saw this scene and shook his head, calling him a silly boy. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you call the goddess by her name? Shi Lian said, her voice cold and the hostility in her eyes obvious. Zi Chen was stunned, not understanding what was going on. You country bumpkin, why haven't you bowed to the goddess yet? Not bowing to the goddess, are you going against the rules of the city of God? Shi Lian said again, her voice cold. Shi Lian, Zi Chen is my friend, not some country bumpkin. Yi Qian looked at this usually well-behaved servant-cum-guard with dissatisfaction. She didn't know why she suddenly lost her temper today. Goddess, the city of God has its rules. How can your precious body be tarnished by these mortals? Shi Lian bowed, then stared coldly at Zi Chen. I've said it before, Zi Chen is my friend, my only friend. All right, you can leave. Yi Qian waved her hand, clearly very disappointed with this servant girl. The servant girl had no choice but to leave, but before she left, She looked at Zi Chen with an unkind gaze. This silly boy. The old man shook his head, nodded slightly at Yi Chen, then turned and left. Zi Chen, please don't take it to heart. After coming here, everything seems to be different. Everyone calls me the goddess, and people follow me wherever I go. From what Shalian said, Zi Chen seemed to understand Yi Chen's position here. Perhaps in the outside world, the two of them would be fine, and even the Jiatu family would turn a blind eye. But this place was different. There were real gods here, and in their eyes, he was just a mortal. Do you have a way to get out of here? Not bothering about Yi Chen's identity, Zi Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about after coming to the city of God. Yi Chen shook her head and said, I haven't found a way out yet, but I've asked around. There are only 2 ways to get out of here. Zi Chen asked, what are the 2 ways? The first way is that you have to be a god. Only gods can enter and leave this world at will. What about the second way? The second way is to pass through the passage of the 3 forces, but that passage has certain restrictions. I haven't found out what the specific restrictions are yet. But I've heard that you can't enter the realm of the Holy King. Can't enter the realm of the Holy King? Aren't all the realms suppressed here? Where did the realm of the Holy King come from? Zi Chen was puzzled. The levels here had nothing to do with realms. For example, the 4th level needed a Holy King body, the 5th level needed to be recognized by the rules, the 6th level was shapeshifting, and the 7th and 8th level had nothing to do with realms. No matter if you were a Holy King or a great sage, if you didn't have a Holy King body, you couldn't become a 4th level hunter. This world was created by the gods. I'm not sure what level the gods are, but the rules are carried out according to the will of the gods. Once you enter the realm of the Holy King, you can't go out anymore. As for the conditions under which you can enter the realm of the Holy King, there's no specific division for now. It's said that the rules can be sensed. This world was very mysterious, and even Yi Chen couldn't understand it all. And after coming here, she didn't see her father, but everyone was very respectful to her, even in awe. She still didn't know much about this world. Zi Chen, I can't stay outside for too long. I'll find a way to find out about the conditions to go back. By the way, if you have time, you can go to the Jiatu family to have a look. Jiatu Huangtu and the others are already here. They might know something about the conditions to go back. Yi Chen said. They're all here. Not only them, but Hort and the people from the Doff family are also here. And this time, the Doff family sent a very strong person called Doff Hill. He has attracted a lot of attention, and his combat power is very strong. In the place where Yi Chen lived, she was free. But when she came to other places, Yi Chen would be restricted. This was not malicious, but because of Yi Chen's identity. Knowing that Yi Chen couldn't stay for long, Zi Chen planned to send Yi Chen outside. Chapter 2360. Zi Chen and Yi Chen walked out of the crafts manor, followed by the owner and servant Lotus. Looking at the scene outside, Zi Chen was dumbfounded. Outside the crafts manor, there were many people gathered. They were all looking at the crafts manor curiously. The 2 beast ancestors had already revealed their true forms. They stood outside the crafts manor, releasing a terrifying aura around them. That aura was suffocating, and no one dared to approach them. Behind the 2 beast ancestors, there was a carriage. Pulling the carriage was a Chilean beast that was shining with colorful lights. It lay on the ground, ignoring the people gathered around it. The carriage behind it was also colorful, as if it was made of colorful gems. Below the window, there was a mysterious symbol that looked like a crown. A suffocating aura was emitted from that symbol. Goddess, it's really the goddess. Look, she's Goddess Yi Chen. I heard that she'll be crowned soon. I didn't expect Goddess Yi Chen to be here. Who's that guy who dares to walk with the goddess? How dare you walk side by side with the goddess? Following Yi Chen's appearance, voices were heard from all around. These people looked at Yi Chen with admiration and respect as if they were looking at their idol. However, when they turned to look at Zi Chen, their gazes quickly turned into hostility. Zi Chen, I'm leaving. Yi Chen turned back and glanced at Zi Chen, then walked towards the carriage. When the servant Lotus walked past Zi Chen, She turned back and glanced at him as well. However, there was a sense of malice in her gaze. What's going on? Zichen looked at the owner of the crafts manor in confusion. The goddess's status here is like a princess in the mortal world. How can the appearance of such a big figure not cause a commotion? So powerful? Silly boy, that's just a metaphor. How can a princess in the mortal world be compared to goddess Yi Qian? If you really want to compare, only an emperor in the mortal world can be compared to a goddess. Zichen was shocked. He turned back and looked at Yi Qian again. In order to reduce unnecessary attention, Yi Qian lowered her head and entered the carriage. She didn't look at Zichen again. The servant Lotus sat on the carriage and glanced at Zichen. The Qilin pulled the carriage and left. Wherever the carriage passed, the crowd would step aside to make a path for it, looking at the departing carriage with reverence and awe. Just as the carriage disappeared from sight, these people turned back and looked at Zichen with obvious hostility. He was just talking to Yi Qian, so Zichen didn't know why there were so many hostile gazes. These gazes made him feel pressured. He turned back and reminded himself that he couldn't be so high-profile when he was with Yi Qian. Where's that guy from? Find out his background. Similar voices continuously sounded out from the crowd after Zichen entered the mansion. After entering the mansion, the elder looked at Zichen and said, "Goddess Yi Qian treats you well?" "We're friends," Zichen said. The old man smiled and didn't say anything else. "This is the craftsman manor. Are you a blacksmith grandmaster?" This time, Zichen didn't get much information from Yi Qian. He could only put this matter aside. He turned to the old man and asked curiously. The old man laughed and said, "It's good that you didn't say I'm a useless blacksmith. Are you the master that old fart Wei mentioned?" Zichen's heart moved and asked again. Actually, he had a guess in his heart. It was just that he didn't see the old man these few days and didn't have time to ask. "It's me. You can call me the craftsman ancestor." The old man stroked his white beard and revealed the appearance of an expert. After getting an accurate answer, Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, "Before I came, old Fart Wei asked me to say hello to you. He said you can refine saint weapons and also have a way to help me upgrade this weapon." Zichen took out the flying dagger that had been tempered again. The craftsman ancestor glanced at it but didn't take it. He nodded and said, "Not bad. As expected of my eldest disciple's masterpiece." "Hey, wait, there's a problem with the technique." Before Zichen could explain the origin of this throwing knife, the craftsman ancestor nodded again and said, "It was made by my youngest disciple. It seems he really didn't die." As expected of the craftsman ancestor, he saw through so many problems with just a glance. "Can it be upgraded into a saint weapon?" Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor and asked with some expectation. "Of course." The craftsman ancestor stroked his beard and tilted his head, appearing unfathomable. Before Zichen could state his request, the craftsman ancestor said, "However, it's not possible for now. I don't have that many materials here." "Where are the materials?" "I can go find them." The craftsman ancestor shook his head and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. After a while, something big will happen here. It's also an opportunity for you. You have to grasp it well." "What is it?" "You'll naturally know when the time comes." The craftsman ancestor walked forward, and Zichen followed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I came this time mainly because I promised the Jiatu family that I would bring back a saint weapon. If I can find the way back." The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, "If you can go back now, I'll give you a saint weapon right now." "Really?" Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor with some disbelief. One had to know that a saint weapon was an extremely precious existence. Until now, among the items that Zichen knew of, there was nothing more precious than a saint weapon. And his biggest transaction was with the Jiatu family. "The goddess has already told me the purpose of your transaction. A saint weapon in exchange for a passage. No matter how I look at it, we've profited. You sacrificed yourself for that matter, so of course we old fellows who can't do anything here have to help you." The craftsman ancestor turned around and patted Zichen's shoulder. A saint weapon might be precious, but compared to an entire lifestar, it's nothing. You've done what many of us couldn't do. Little guy, you're really good. With that, the craftsman ancestor left. Zichen stood in place, very touched. The next day, outside the craftsman manor, there was a commotion. The sound directly traveled into the craftsman manor. At first, Zichen didn't pay much attention to it, but soon he heard his name being called from time to time. Zichen, there's someone outside looking for you. At this time, Lei Yiming came to Zichen's residence. Looking for me? Who? Zichen asked, puzzled. You'll know when you get out. Lei Yiming smiled. Could it be Jiatu Huangtu? Besides Yi Qian, Zichen's other friend was Jiatu Huangtu, and he knew that Jiatu Huangtu had come to the city of God. I didn't expect you to come first before I went to find you. Zichen sped up. Along the way, he saw the patrolling heaven-devouring wolf. He suddenly stopped, bowed respectfully to the wolf, and then quickly left. The patrolling heaven-devouring wolf looked at the departing Zichen and nodded. After Zichen left, the craftsman ancestor appeared outside his residence. It seemed that he was looking for Zichen. He didn't see Zichen, but he saw Lei Yiming. Master, what do you think about this? Lei Yiming asked the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He muttered, "It seems that the city of God has been peaceful for too long and wants to have some fun. But don't go too far. I haven't fought for many years, and I don't want to. Master, are you going to fight?" Lei Yiming looked at the craftsman ancestor with anticipation. As far as Lei Yiming could remember, the craftsman ancestor had only made a move once, but the commotion it had caused had been so great that even the city of God had been shaken. At that time, the city of God was shaken, and the gods all appeared. They wanted to harm the craftsman ancestor because he had seriously broken the rules of the city of God. In the end, their side sacrificed 2 people to resolve the crisis. After that battle, the craftsman ancestor became very low-key. They also didn't do anything ostentatious. It had been like this until now. However, this time, the craftsman ancestor had the intention to fight. This surprised Lei Yiming. It also showed how much he valued Zichen, just like how he valued that person. However, he just hoped that it wouldn't be like so many years ago, where people had to be sacrificed. Zichen walked briskly. He thought that Jiatu Huangtu had come. He didn't know what would happen after he stepped out of the craftsman pavilion. He also didn't know what it would mean to the craftsman pavilion, the people on the Lifestar, and the entire city of God after he took that step. The door opened, and Zichen walked out. He didn't see Jiatu Huangtu. Instead, he saw dozens of people standing outside. With the 2 beast ancestors present, they didn't dare to approach the craftsman manor. They stood in the distance and kept shouting. Each of them was holding a piece of paper in their hands. Zichen, come out. I'm here to challenge you on behalf of my young master. Zichen, you disrespected the goddess. I'm young master Lun Wei's servant. I'm here to challenge you. Zichen, come out quickly. Atone for your evil deed. Voices kept echoing. Hearing these noises, Zichen knew that they weren't holding letters of worship, but letters of challenge. The reason for their letters of challenge was that Zichen was disrespectful to the goddess. Where was the disrespect? Was it just to walk side by side with Yi Qian? Zichen didn't know. He only knew that these people were idiots. What young master? He didn't even know him. Why should he accept the letter of challenge? After confirming that there was no one he knew, he turned around and entered the craftsman manor. Disdainful mockery and shushing came from behind him. In this world, there were many poor people who couldn't even have enough to eat and wear. Similarly, there were rich people. For example, the craftsman ancestor and those people outside. They had nothing to do all day. Looking for fun was their only interest. Every day, they would come to the craftsman manor and stay from morning to afternoon. Some of them didn't even want to leave at night, shouting outside. For a time, Zichen's reputation shook the city of God. However, it was all negative. The craftsman ancestor didn't say anything about the clamoring outside. It was as if everything depended on Zichen's wishes. Chapter 2361. There were many people living in the artisan manor. They all came from the life star and were once prominent existences. There were also many existences at the level of the beast ancestor. Perhaps they were suppressed in this world and had no choice but to stay in the artisan manor. However, they were still experts. Every one of them was a very powerful existence. This was a place where so many experts resided, yet a group of people were wantonly shouting at them, ignoring them, or even despising them all day long. Although no one stood out to criticize him, Zichen couldn't stand it anymore. They were all experts. They couldn't be humiliated because of their own existence. No matter what the cause of this matter was, since they had nothing better to do and had to provoke him, he would fulfill their wish. Hence, he walked out of the artisan manor for the second time. Just as he was about to leave, Lei Ming went to report this matter to the artisan ancestor. He's a bold and steady little fellow. If it wasn't for us old fellows' reputation, their provocation might have failed. The artisan ancestor chuckled when he heard that. He didn't talk to Zichen these few days, nor did he express his opinion on this matter. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Zichen and let him make his own choice. Seeing the door of the artisan manor open again, all the noise disappeared. Those people were all staring at the door of the artisan manor. They saw Zichen walk out with a sheathed saber in his hand. He's out. That cowardly fellow finally came out. How dare he disrespect the goddess? He must be punished. After a short moment of silence, a commotion broke out again. This time, it was even noisier than before. Many of them were waving the letters of challenge in their hands. Judging by their postures, if it weren't for the presence of the two beast ancestors, they would have rushed over and slapped the letters of challenge on Zichen's head. Shut up, all of you. The commotion caused Zichen's head to buzz. He furrowed his brows and shouted coldly. The surrounding noise gradually disappeared and became quiet again. Everyone was looking at Zichen coldly. Zichen walked forward, bowing as he passed by the two beast ancestors. He walked in front of a man and said coldly, "What's the background of that shitty young master of yours? What's his strength?" The servant glared fiercely at Zichen and said, "It's young master Pu Lei." Zichen, be more polite. Don't say that my young master bullied you, he's also a level 5 like you. My young master said that as long as you can last 20 rounds in front of him, it'll be your win. Idiot. Zichen glanced at the other party and snatched the letter of challenge from the other party's hand. He said coldly, "Tell your bullshit young master to come out and die. Within 3 rounds, I will end this battle." Mph, shameless boasting. Zichen, you have to accept the challenge. 3 days later, you have to go to the arena in Wayne Square to fight. If you don't go, Zichen interrupted him and said indifferently, "There's no need to wait for 3 days. Tell him to go there and wait now." Then, he walked in front of the second servant who was holding the letter of challenge and said, "Is this a shitty young master or a shitty young master? What's his background?" "My young master, Hong Yang, is a level 5. Don't talk about bullying you just need to." Before the servant could finish his arrogant words, Zichen snatched the letter of challenge from his hand and said, "Tell your bullshit young master to go to the arena and wait for his death." After that, he asked a few more people and found out that those who delivered the letter of challenge were all level 5. It was obvious that they had purposely chosen these people to challenge him after knowing his cultivation level. After that, Zichen asked these people, "Is there any idiot young master who is level 6 and wants to challenge me?" This sentence caused more dissatisfaction. For a moment, these servants expressed their arrogance and disdain to use their level to suppress Zichen. When Zichen heard this, he was elated. At the same time, he confirmed his guess. He didn't choose deliberately. Instead, he took the remaining letters of challenge and gathered a total of 10. "Go and tell your young masters that I will fight 10 battles in a row today. If they don't dare to come, they can get lost as soon as possible." Looking at Zichen's arrogant expression, these servants were obviously enraged. They first reprimanded Zichen for his arrogance. Then, they all boarded the carriages behind them and went back to their own mansions. Very soon, the people here had all left. Obviously, they had all gone to report to their own families. Therefore, Zichen, who was left alone, realized helplessly that he couldn't find the arena at all. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard the sound of a carriage coming from the side. Then, a Qilin beast with flames all over its body appeared in front of Zichen's eyes, pulling a carriage. Zichen had seen that Qilin beast before. It was in the crafts manor. When he saw it, he was very shocked. At this moment, Lei Ming was waving at Zichen from the carriage pulled by the Qilin beast, asking him to come over. Zichen walked over and was about to ask what they were going to do when Lei Ming said, "I've accepted the challenge. You can't find the way, right? I'll take you there. It's not appropriate, right?" Looking at the Qilin beast pulling the carriage, Zichen was bewildered. He hesitated. The Qilin beast pulling the carriage was the real ancestor-level existence of the Life Star. It was obviously inappropriate to let it pull the carriage for him. "Let's go. We don't care about these things here. Moreover, we need to show off wherever we go, right?" Zichen couldn't persuade Lei Ming. He could only bow to the fire Qilin and then get on the carriage. It was the fire Qilin. Its quality wasn't any weaker than the colorful Qilin that pulled the goddess carriage. Wayne Square was a big square. Of course, it wasn't the only square in the city. It was closer to the crafts manor, where there was a fighting arena. In a place like this, which was similar to a prison, those existences who couldn't feel pain would have all kinds of perverted fun. Thus, this fighting arena was born. When Zichen arrived, he found that many people had gathered here. Moreover, each of their carriages was more luxurious than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. Of course, when the Qilin beast, which was the same as the goddess carriage, appeared, no one dared to challenge it. The square became quiet. Everyone was looking at them. After a brief moment of shock, these people revealed looks of dissatisfaction on their faces. It was because the goddess was high and mighty. You disrespected the goddess, so you came here to receive punishment. However, you dared to bring a Qilin that was the same as the goddess carriage. It wasn't just showing off, but also looking down on everyone. Thus, before the fight started, all kinds of scolding voices arose. Lei Ming completely ignored this and directly walked towards the battle stage in the plaza. At this moment, there were already 10 young people standing on the fighting arena. Of course, they were all men. Their expressions were ugly. Their faces were full of anger, as if they were arguing about something. When they saw Zichen's carriage appear, they all turned around and vented their anger on Zichen's carriage with their gazes. Zichen walked down from the carriage. The scolding voices around him became more and more intense. They kept repeating the same words about "how dare you disrespect the goddess." Zichen ignored them completely and walked up to the fighting arena step by step. "Bitch, you're finally here. Your opponent is me." A young man took the lead. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Zichen. "Your opponent is me. It should be me." However, before Zichen could speak, the others stepped forward one by one. Every single one of them expressed the same desire to fight first. Obviously, this was the reason why they were arguing earlier. At this moment, there were many influential people in the square. For example, there was an old man surrounded by many people. He looked at the square and said, "These young people are all outstanding talents with extraordinary strength. That little kid called Zichen dares to say that he can fight 10 battles a day. He's completely arrogant. If he can't even win a single battle, it'll be embarrassing." The people around him nodded in agreement. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "I know a little about these 10 people. Let's see how this arrogant little kid chooses later. If he's unlucky and chooses the stronger one, I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few moves and will lose." The people around him agreed with him once again. At this moment, Zichen looked at the 10 people who were arguing until their faces were red. He said calmly, "Aren't you all here to get beaten up? Don't tell me you can't wait anymore. Don't worry, I've always been a fair person. I won't beat the other party less just because they came first." Zichen's words completely angered the 10 people. They stared fiercely at Zichen, their eyes full of anger. Obviously, they were not scared, so Zichen pointed at one person and said, "Okay, then you." The others don't need to go down. The battle will be over soon. Arrogant. Zichen didn't try to suppress his voice, so it spread out. Everyone who heard his words immediately had this thought in their minds. Among them, the old man from before snorted and said, "What an arrogant kid. This person is called Hong Yang. Whether it's speed or strength, he's at the peak of his level. If he's up against someone else, he might be able to hold on for a while, but against Hong Yang, I'm afraid he'll be defeated in less than 20 moves. All of you, go down. 20 moves. I want to destroy him in 20 moves. Hong Yang, who was Zichen's chosen opponent, said angrily, 20 moves, huh? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Zichen nodded, then looked at his opponent and said, "Is there a referee for the battle?" "No, let's start now." As Hong Yang's words fell, Zichen rushed forward. His footsteps changed, leaving behind after images. "Your speed is useless against me," Hong Yang's voice sounded, and he punched at one of the after images. Is that so? Chapter 2362. One move. Hong Yang, who was in the air, heard a cold voice. Bang. Immediately after, he felt another pain in his abdomen. The force that had just landed on his body reappeared, and his body was lifted up again. Zichen's voice sounded again. 2 moves. Hong Yang had lost his center of gravity, and his body was completely out of control. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and he couldn't see Zichen at all. With a flash of light, he was hit again. 3 moves. Bang, bang, bang. Similar muffled sounds of impact rang out continuously. Hong Yang's body flew around the fighting stage uncontrollably. The noise had disappeared at some point. Everyone looked at the arena in shock, and Zichen, who already had the absolute advantage. His figure changed and appeared in various places, punching Hong Yang again and again. The powerful Hong Yang was like a puppet at this moment, letting Zichen hit him here and there. What was even more infuriating was the cold voice that came from outside the arena. 10th move. 11th move. 12th move. In the carriage, Lei Yiming saw this scene and shook his head with a smile. Beside him, the Fire Chilean's eyes revealed a trace of gratification. The old man, who had previously given Hong Yang a high evaluation and was surrounded by many people, was now speechless. 15th move. The battle continued. Apart from the first punch, Hong Yang didn't attack again. At this moment, he was completely passive. 16th move. 17th move. The cold voice still sounded, and blood sprayed on the arena. 18th move. Following this voice, Zichen increased his strength, and a powerful force burst out. Hong Yang coughed up blood again, and at the same time, his body fell out of the arena uncontrollably. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The surroundings were silent, or rather, deathly silent. The battle ended just like that, and it was too unbelievable. Hong Yang, who had only punched once, was still alive. He climbed up with difficulty and looked at Zichen on the arena, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, I couldn't let you last 20 moves. However, it's not because of me. It's because you're too weak. If I had given you 2 more punches, I might have killed you," Zichen said apologetically as he looked at Hong Yang below the stage. How arrogant! How arrogant! These were the words that appeared in everyone's minds once again. However, with Hong Yang's violent beating, no one dared to criticize Zichen anymore. Pu. Hong Yang coughed up another mouthful of blood. Before he could say anything, his vision turned black and he fainted. The surroundings were quiet, and many people looked at the old man from before. The old man's previous comments were still echoing in his ears. Back then, he had predicted that Zichen would be defeated within 20 moves, but in the end, Zichen had used 18 moves and almost killed Hong Yang. This is considered a sneak attack. Hong Yang lost because of his carelessness. This can only be considered a trick. He won't be able to do it next time. Facing the gazes of the surrounding people, the old man said calmly. The battle continued, and Hong Yang was quietly taken away by someone. However, when the remaining 9 people looked at Zichen again, there was less contempt in their eyes and more seriousness. They no longer fought to be the first to fight with Zichen. "Which one of you wants to go first?" Chen looked at the 9 challengers who had not been able to get off the stage in time. Hong Yang was just careless. If he hadn't lost at the beginning, how could you have defeated him? I'll go first. With a cold snort, a man came forward. He held a long sword in his hand, and the light of energy surged around his body. As soon as the man appeared, there were exclamations from below the stage. Obviously, he was quite famous here. However, Chen did not think that a mere level 5 could be famous in this city. The reason why there were so many exclamations was that this guy was at most a foppish existence. It's Pu Lei. It's said that Pu Lei is stronger than Hong Yang. I wonder how he'll fare against Chen. Someone below the stage said as he looked at the old man. The old man was very famous, and he had made a prediction before, although it was not accurate. Pu Lei will win. His reaction is faster than Hong Yang's, and with the lesson he learned from Hong Yang, he will not be careless. As long as he can defend against Chen's speed, the battle will be over soon, the old man said again with certainty. The people beside him nodded again with admiration. The other 8 people spread out, and Pu Lei walked forward. Chen looked at him and said, Pu Lei, right? That's right. Do you have the thunder attribute? Pu Lei was stunned. He did not understand why Chen would ask such a question. If you don't have the thunder attribute, then please don't use the name Thunder as your name, because you'll bury the word, Chen said calmly. You're courting death. Pu Lei's body was shining brightly, but his energy attribute was not thunder. Chen looked at him and said indifferently, looks like you'll have to change your name. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he rushed toward Pu Lei. Die! Pu Lei shouted. He shook the long sword in his hand and stabbed it toward Chen. Puff! A phantom was pierced by Pu Lei. At the same time, Chen's real body was already at Pu Lei's side. He followed up with a punch that landed on Pu Lei's lower abdomen. The tremendous force caused Pu Lei's body to bend like a cooked shrimp. The excruciating pain almost made him drop his weapon. He could not imagine how a mere level 5 Chen could have such speed and strength. Just as Pu Lei's body was bending, Chen hit him on the chin with a backhand. The powerful force caused Pu Lei's body to be lifted up. After that, Chen did a 360-degree turn and chopped the back of Pu Lei's neck with his hand. Bam! With a loud bang, Pu Lei fell. The battle was over. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. The powerful Pu Lei fell just like that. Rubbing his palms, Chen said unhappily, I can't help it. Who asked you to come up with this name? I asked you to change it and you didn't want to. Did he deserve to be beaten like that just because he didn't change his name? The spectators were speechless. After kicking Pu Lei off the ring effortlessly, Chen looked at the other 8 people and said, which one of you wants to fight? The 8 of them became more alert. Standing in the ring, they saw everything clearly. Chen's speed and strength were far superior to Pu Lei's. That was why he could end the battle in 3 moves. Although they had some tricks up their sleeves, they were not sure if they could suppress Chen. After these 2 battles, they had a clear understanding of Chen. At this moment, their expressions became more and more solemn. Below the ring, more eyes fell on the old man. The old man's expression was clearly a little unsightly after his 2 consecutive predictions were wrong. But after all, he had lived for an unknown number of years. He could still remain calm at this moment. But regarding the evaluation of the next battle, the old man was tactful and did not continue to make predictions. This was because the 3rd battle also ended very quickly. Or rather, the old man did not have time to predict and the battle ended. Bang! 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 Just like before, the battle ended in just 3 moves. Even the battle scene was very similar to the battle with Pu Lei just now. Chen quickly stepped forward and punched his opponent's abdomen. The intense pain made his opponent's body bend. Then, he released his fist and used his wrist to hit his opponent's chin with the back of his palm. He lifted his opponent's body up again. Finally, he chopped his opponent's neck directly and ended the battle. Chen clapped his hands and kicked the person who fell under his feet off the ring again. He looked at the remaining 7 people and said, "What about you? Do you want to come one by one or all of you? I don't have much time. You have to make a decision quickly. His words were obviously more arrogant and arrogant. But the people below the ring did not react as fiercely as before. They did not even blame him in their hearts, because the 3 rapid battles in a row had made them completely aware of Zichen's strength. The remaining 7 people were all reputable people in the city of God. Of course, they would not choose to join forces. Thus, the 4th person rushed forward. Zichen made his move. 3 moves. It was still 3 moves. It was the same method as before. It was the same method of eliminating the enemy. Zichen had already eliminated 3 people with this move, but they still could not defend against it. The 4th person fell in the same way. Then, the 5th person rushed forward. Zichen rushed forward again, his body glowed and he made his move at lightning speed. There was an uproar all around. 3 moves. The battle ended in 3 moves again. There were 5 people left in the ring. Their expressions became very ugly. At first, they had thought that it was their bad luck that Zichen had chosen them. This time, no matter what, they would make Zichen pay the price he deserved. However, Zichen had eliminated the 5 of them so quickly and had even used the same method. This made the 5 of them feel a lot of pressure. When they saw Zichen's gaze, they even wished that they were the one who attacked first. If they did, they would have been knocked unconscious and would not have felt the pressure from all around. Go to hell. Another person rushed forward. Obviously, he was gritting his teeth. He was seriously lacking in confidence and exposed his weakness. Zichen's lips curled into a smile. His figure flashed, and it was the same attack again. The opponent had also guessed the direction of Zichen's attack and was completely focused on blocking it. He did not care about other places. But guessing was one thing, and blocking was another. Zichen's body shone brightly. In an instant, he had struck 3 times. The opponent, who had only made a movement of turning his head, fell limply to the ground. It was the same move again. There were only 4 people left on the field. Looking at the 4 people with ugly expressions, Zichen said, "Don't waste any more time. Let's attack together. I don't have much time. I can't let you waste it like this." "Are you the one who said that?" One of them looked at Zichen and said, "Of course I said that. The 4 of you haven't attacked yet. Aren't you waiting for me to say that? Come on, I'm in a hurry." Although the 4 of them had ugly expressions, they did not give up this opportunity to join forces. Moreover, Zichen's attitude was very arrogant, which angered the people below the stage. Therefore, they ignored the shameless behavior of the 4 of them. As long as they could defeat the opponent together, it would be a victory for them. They were afraid that the 4 of them together would not be able to defeat Zichen. Too slow. Still too slow. Zichen's voice rang out beside the 4 of them. He shuttled back and forth like a ray of light. At the same time, he continuously attacked, one hand knife after another falling down. After 4 breaths, Zichen appeared behind the 4 of them. When he looked at the 4 people in front of him, they all stopped moving and fell down. Chapter 2363. The 4 of them had only lasted for 4 breaths. There was no doubt about Zichen's strength. Although this was only a battle between level 5 fighters, which was equivalent to a battle between the weakest fighters in the City of God, these people were still the cream of the crop among the level 5 fighters. For them to be brutally beaten up by Zichen, who was of the same level, was undoubtedly a huge blow to their reputation. Even their forces felt that they had lost face. However, this also showed how strong Zichen was. When they were at his level, they didn't have such terrifying combat strength. After the battle, Zichen glanced at the crowd and took out the 10 challenge letters from before. He waved the challenge letters lightly and said, "In the future, let's not do such boring things. You guys go worship your goddess. I still have to live my life. Let's mind our own business." After he finished speaking, Zichen confidently threw away the 10 challenge letters in his hand. The letters of challenge fell on the fighting ring, landing on the bodies of the people who had fainted. He then turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Arrogant. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. However, at this moment, No one dared to stop Zichen. Or rather, they didn't have a reason to stop Zichen. The fire Chiline's body was burning with raging flames. It released a terrifying aura as it walked towards them. Perhaps there were many experts among the spectators. Their realms were very high and they were very strong. However, no matter how strong they couldn't be stronger than the fire Chiline. This was because the fire Chiline had existed for a very long time. It could be traced back to when the Life Star was formed. Most importantly, the fire Chiline came from the Craft's Manor. There were no weak existences from the Craft's Manor. If one had to say who was weak, it would be Zichen, who had defeated 10 experts of the same level. The memory of that battle was still fresh in their minds. The experts of the Craft's Manor were endless, to the point where they were lawless. If it wasn't for the appearance of those gods, there wouldn't be any forces in the City of God that could suppress the Craft's Manor. They could find a reason to challenge Zichen, but that was within the rules. If they broke the rules, they would definitely be dealt a devastating blow by the Craft's Manor. Not to mention the others, just take the man and the beast in front of them as an example. How many people present could guarantee that they could stop Lei Yiming and the fire Chiline? Thus, the crowd parted and Zichen walked towards the carriage. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed politely and got into the carriage. The fire Chiline pulled the carriage and headed towards the Craft's Manor. Wherever he passed, everyone naturally took a detour. Looking at the departure of the carriage, sighs could be heard from time to time. They originally wanted to teach Zichen a lesson, but this time, they were slapped in the face by Zichen, and it was a heavy slap to their faces. Inside the carriage, Lei Yiming looked at Zichen and said with a smile, "You did a clean job." "Not bad." Zichen smiled and said, "They are too weak. A bunch of idle existences, their combat strength is really trash." Along the way, Zichen had been fighting non-stop and had rich combat experience. In today's battle, he could naturally tell that these people were inexperienced. Their combat strength might be stronger than those level 5 existences outside, but it was definitely not to the point where they could dominate those of the same level. And such experts were simply too weak for Zichen, who was known to be invincible among those of the same level. Don't be careless. In the City of God, there are still some existences with great potential. They are not like those people who would not appear under normal circumstances, Lei Yiming reminded. So you're saying that they will appear this time? Who knows? No one can guess what those people are thinking. Lei Yiming shook his head and said. Why? Zichen asked the question in his heart. He did not understand why these people wanted to challenge him, and what was the so-called disrespect to the goddess. It was as if he had become the public enemy of the entire City of God within a day, and everyone wanted to kill him. Lei Yiming smiled bitterly and said, "For now, we are not sure. Perhaps we will find out after some time." The two of them walked towards the Craft's Manor, and they did not encounter any trouble along the way. However, one could imagine that today's battle would quickly spread to every place in the City of God that paid attention to Zichen. As for what would happen next, they could only wait patiently. After Zichen returned to the Craft's Manor, he did not see the craftsman ancestor. Instead, Lei Yiming went to find him. "Sir, you don't seem to be paying attention to today's battle?" Lei Yiming asked, puzzled. "What's there to pay attention to?" The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, "As a heaven-defying cultivator of a life star, even if he is greatly suppressed by the laws, it is still not a problem for him to deal with some nobodies. As for the outcome, is there a need to pay attention to it?" Lei Yiming nodded and said, "That's true. The outcome was already predicted, but I did not expect him to win so easily against 10 people." "Very easily?" The craftsman ancestor looked at Lei Yiming in surprise. One had to know that if Lei Yiming said it was easy, it meant that the battle was not difficult at all. It should be very easy. Thinking back to that battle, Lei Yiming smiled and said, "Only in the first battle did he use 18 moves. After that, all the battles ended within 3 moves. Oh, by the way, those people were all knocked out within 3 moves, and it was the same move. Oh, that's interesting. It seems like this heaven-defying cultivator is stronger than we imagined. However, whether he is the strongest or not, we still need time to prove it." The conversation ended here, and the Craft's Manor returned to its peaceful state. Although the people living in the Crafts Manor did not make things difficult for Zichen, after Zichen's victory, they undoubtedly felt that the atmosphere here was much more cheerful. Indeed, in a Crafts Manor like this where experts were as common as clouds, how could they tolerate others acting presumptuously and shouting outside the door? However, this peaceful atmosphere only lasted for 2 days. On the 3rd day, voices came from outside the door again. However, this time, the voices were clearly more orderly and no longer rude. However, they were still filled with hostility. When Zichen walked out of the Crafts Manor, he saw more than 10 people standing outside. This time, the 2 beast ancestors did not appear. They were still standing far away obediently. In their hands, they were holding the same letter of challenge. Since they dared to issue a letter of challenge after Zichen's victory, these people must have absolute confidence. Zichen, I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of my young master. He can defeat you within 10 moves. Now that the letter of challenge has been issued, do you dare to accept it? A servant looked at Zichen and said coldly. This servant had the strength of a level 6, but the young master he mentioned was only a level 5 existence. The others were in the same situation. The people they represented were all level 5s. For the time being, there were no forces that could use their realms to suppress Zichen. These people's gazes were aggressive, and they were all level 6. However, Zichen was not afraid. This was the Crafts Manor. If they dared to act recklessly, it was guaranteed that they would die on the spot within 3 breaths. Unlike the previous time, he did not accept 10 letters of challenge directly. Instead, he took the letter of challenge from the most arrogant servant and said, "Ask your master to go to the arena and wait for a beating." Shameless boasting. This servant snorted angrily, turned around, and left quickly. As for the others, when they saw that Zichen did not intend to accept their letters of challenge, they also turned around to report. After everyone had left, Lei Yiming once again arrived just in time. After Zichen bowed and got on the carriage, Lei Yiming said, "The guy you chose this time has some background. His combat strength is stronger than those from the previous time." Zichen nodded and did not say anything. "Why only one?" Lei Yiming asked curiously. Obviously, he did not think that Zichen would lose this battle. However, he could not understand why Zichen, who had chosen 10 people previously, only chose one this time. Could it be that he was being cautious? "I'm a little tired. I don't feel like fighting anymore." Zichen closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage as he spoke. He was indeed very tired. After coming here, he could not find the way out. He had no clue at all. Moreover, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could leave this place. Now, he could only passively wait for news from Yi Qian. This kind of passivity was undoubtedly not in line with Zichen's personality. Moreover, Yi Qian had not come for a few days. Obviously, it was inconvenient for her to appear. "If you're tired, then do you want to fight 1 battle a day?" Lei Yiming asked with a smile. Zichen shook his head slowly and said, "No, I'll only fight today." When he came to the square again, there were more people gathered here than last time. Obviously, they had all heard the news and came to join in the fun. On the battle stage, a young man with a prominent head stood indifferently. Obviously, he was Zichen's opponent this time. When the fire Qilin arrived, the crowd dispersed. Zichen walked out of the carriage and looked up at the young man. "What big words. I'd like to see how you'll beat me, Hayden." The person who came was called Hayden. Although he was only a level 5, he was quite famous. It was said that he had not lost to a level 6 before. Even if Zichen wins this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The old man from yesterday appeared again. He looked at Hayden, who had a cold expression on his face, and gave such an evaluation. When the people around heard this, they nodded in agreement. Zichen walked up the battle stage step by step and stood in front of Hayden. Hayden said coldly, "Are you ready?" "Before the battle, I have something to say to you and to everyone here," Zichen said indifferently. "Say it." "You won't have the chance later," Hayden said coldly. Chapter 2364. Zichen's words were resounding and powerful, echoing throughout the area. Everybody listened to him quietly, but their expressions slowly changed. As for what Zi Chen had said, Hayden's face was filled with murderous intentions. Everybody's face became unsightly. Arrogant. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Very arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Zi Chen's words had enraged everybody. What did he mean by a very good friend? He was just a mortal. What right did he have to be a very good friend of the goddess? What did he mean by apologizing? Shouldn't he stay away from the goddess? What did he mean by not being a kind person? Did he mean that they were kind people? What did he mean by setting a good example? Did he not take Hayden seriously? Did he think that he could kill him like a chicken and play with them like monkeys? Was he killing the chicken to warn the monkeys? Everybody was enraged. They were thoroughly enraged. They hated that they couldn't chop Zi Chen into 8 pieces right now. However, when they saw the fire Chelin and Lei Ming nodding with a smile, they endured. However, tolerating didn't mean surrendering. They hoped that Hayden could kill Zi Chen. This kid is too arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in the city of God, so he can do whatever he wants? Since when can people from the Life Star ride on our heads? The old man who had predicted was so angry that he was shivering. Next to him, the others were also enraged. They hated that they couldn't beat the other. Go to hell. Hayden was enraged. He didn't say anything and just dashed towards Zi Chen. Compared to those people from last time, Hayden was indeed very strong. His attacks were full of power, speed, and a very strong aura. However, this was only compared to those 10 people. To Zi Chen, this kind of attack was barely acceptable. Thus, he clenched his fists to meet the attack. Lightning sparkled on his fists. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, creating a loud explosion. The energy on Hayden's attack was shattered instantly. At the same time, he was pushed back. The bones in his fists cracked. After just one collision, Hayden's attack was shattered. It had to be known that in the last battle, although the 10 people were in a sorry state, only Hong Yang had suffered some injuries. The others were relatively unharmed. However, in today's battle, Hayden's arm was shattered right from the start, and it was during a head-on confrontation. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the two was huge. After retreating, the pain from his arm woke Hayden up from his anger. He endured the pain and pulled out his weapon. But at this moment, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a strong force landed on his chest. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Along the way, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ah! Along with the sound of bones breaking, Hayden screamed in pain. Zi Chen chased after Hayden like a flash of light. He grabbed Hayden's wrist with one hand, and the lightning energy in his body surged towards Hayden's wrist. Crack! Crack! His bones began to crack, and the intense pain caused his screams to become even more shrill. This voice caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The powerful Hayden was actually defeated in an instant. But this wasn't the end. Zi Chen's expression was cold as he dodged again, aiming for the opponent's waist. Pang! A powerful force exploded as the attack landed, and the bones in Hayden's back shattered again. Catcher! Catcher! Following that, the bones in his legs were also shattered by Zi Chen. Hayden's screams had become hoarse. He was in so much pain that tears flowed, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This wasn't just pain. His bones had been shattered in front of so many people. This was more of a humiliation. Zi Chen, you'll die a horrible death. Hayden's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Crack! Zi Chen dislocated Hayden's jaw, making him unable to say a word. The pain from his body caused Hayden's body to twitch continuously, and tears flowed down his face. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zi Chen in shock. Obviously, such a quick victory was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone, see? This is the limit of my mercy. If anyone still refuses to accept this next time, it will be more serious than this. Don't worry. Although I'm not merciful, I always keep my word. After saying that, Zi Chen walked down the battle stage. The outcome had been decided. What a sinister brat. Die. An angry roar sounded from the crowd, and a powerful aura emerged. This aura caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change drastically, and they all moved aside. Zichen felt a strong pressure, but his expression didn't change much. He just looked ahead and sneered, "What's wrong? Did the old come after beating up the young? You little brat, you're too cruel. Today, I must get rid of you." The person who emitted the powerful aura was a middle-aged man. He stared coldly at Zichen as he rushed over. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. At this moment, an even colder and more indifferent voice sounded from another direction. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded, bringing with it a powerful force. A thunder gate appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Thunder and lightning moved around the thunder gate, twisting the space around it. Under the thunder gate, Lei Ming stood on the carriage, his long hair fluttering. Lightning surged around his body, and his robe fluttered crazily. A scorching fire wave emitted from the fire Chiline's body, bringing with it the terrifying power of fire. It made the people who came close to it change their countenances, and they backed off crazily as if their bodies would be set on fire if they moved a little bit slower. These two powerful auras dashed towards the arrogant middle-aged man, their strong murderous intents locking on him. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He halted his steps, turning his head to look at the carriage. "Don't stop. You can try. I can guarantee that at this time tomorrow, your family's mansion will become a pile of ruins." Lei Ming looked at the man, speaking coldly. At this moment, he showed the aura of an expert, which was both arrogant and domineering. His voice spread everywhere, making more people discolored. At this moment, many people couldn't help but remember the great battle that had shaken the entire city of God many years ago. The existences from the Lifestar, which had always been oppressed by others, had shown their crazy powers, which had almost shaken this terrifying city. If the God clan hadn't shown up in the end, many forces that year would have disappeared because of this. And today, when Lei Ming said those words, no one thought it was a threat because it was an objective fact. Perhaps the people from the craftsman house had been waiting for this day to happen. They had been accumulating for so many years, waiting for this day to explode. Harumph. Others are afraid of your craftsman house, but our high family isn't. This middle-aged man was also very aggressive. His aura didn't decrease as he dashed forward, jumping up and down and landing on the fighting platform. Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation to see if an extremely earth-shattering event was about to erupt, the other party landed in front of Hayden and bent down to pick him up. What a ruthless brat. Today's matter isn't over. Then, he looked at Zichen coldly, leaving behind some harsh words. He turned around and jumped down from the fighting platform, disappearing into the distance after a few leaps. Sighs arose everywhere. Apparently, the High family had made a big noise, but they didn't dare to do anything to the people of the craftsman house. In the sky, the thunder gate disappeared. The fierce aura of the fire Chiline also vanished. The oppressive aura in the surroundings disappeared. The battle was over. Zichen walked to the carriage. Sighs arose unceasingly. Of course, the onlookers didn't mind the commotion. They just hoped that there would be a force that could challenge the craftsman house. If that happened, perhaps the structure of the city of God would change. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see it. Zichen left. Today, when he fought Hai Deng, he had done something to intimidate. An injury like Hai Deng's couldn't be healed in a short time. As for the effect of this intimidation, it would depend on whether someone would come to challenge him the next day. In Zichen's expectation, even if this group of people didn't know what was good for them, with his battle record against Hai Deng, no one would dare to challenge him for a few days. However, he didn't expect that Zichen would receive a challenge the next day. It was also a challenge from a level 5. Zichen was a little surprised, so he went to the fighting platform without hesitation. Under the witness of many onlookers, Zichen used almost the same amount of time to completely defeat his opponent. All the bones in his body were shattered, and the degree of shattering was much more serious than Hai Deng's. Only his head was left intact. After the battle on the second day, Zichen didn't say anything more and walked down from the fighting platform directly. The people of the other party's family seemed to have learned their lesson from yesterday and didn't go berserk. because the result of going berserk would only be to humiliate themselves. On the third day, another challenge came. Zichen went up to the fighting platform. This time, he didn't go all out immediately. Instead, he used an invincible divine art that he hadn't used for many years. The level 5 young master's face was quickly beaten until it was swollen. It was impossible to recognize his original face. His opponent's mouth full of teeth rolled around the platform, followed by the sound of bones breaking. In the end, Zichen shattered all the bones in his body. Compared to yesterday, his face was even more humiliated. His face was swollen like a pig's head. However, on the fourth day, there were still people who came up to challenge him. Zichen didn't believe that his methods didn't have the slightest effect. The only possibility was that someone was secretly manipulating the situation. Zichen guessed that they wanted to test his strength. As for why they didn't send a level 6, it was obvious from the attitude of Lei Yiming and the Fire Qilin. No one dared to use their level to suppress Zichen. As for when this test would end, Zichen didn't know. Zichen fought around every day, and he would beat his opponents very badly. His name quickly spread throughout the entire City of Gods, and the evaluation of Zichen's battle prowess also appeared. Speed was the most important factor, followed closely by strength. Chapter 2365. Zichen's opponent was a young man. In fact, he had been challenging young men all this time, but this one was different. He didn't actually send out a letter of challenge. He only sent a servant to inform Zichen that there would be a battle and that his young master was already waiting there. Of course, it was impossible for Zichen to participate with such a simple sentence. The servant then said that if he continued to win after this battle, no one in the City of God would dare to challenge Zichen again. This indicated that this would be the last battle. And so, Zichen came. Even when Zichen stepped onto the stage, the crowd was still in an uproar, and there was a clamor of discussion. Because no one knew which faction this young man was from, and no one knew who he was. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," the young man said calmly when he saw Zichen step onto the stage. As soon as he said this, the noisy crowd fell silent. So far, Zichen had fought more than 10 battles, and he had completely defeated his opponent in every battle. During this time, he had defeated several extremely famous existences, and each one of them was more miserable than the last. Although they hated Zichen, they couldn't help but admit that Zichen was one of the best of his level. They were all at the 5th level, so it was impossible for anyone to defeat Zichen. And since this person dared to challenge him, it was impossible that he didn't know about Zichen's battle record. But now, he dared to speak like this. Was it confidence? Or arrogance? "I've already fought so many battles, I don't care about this last one," Zichen replied calmly. "Don't compare me to those trash. Today, I will announce that if you defeat me, no one in the City of God will ever challenge you again. If anyone challenges you, they will be dealt with by me. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can defeat me." This one sentence represented the entire City of God. How arrogant was this? The crowd was silent, and no one spoke. In the past few days, even though they knew that Zichen was very strong, there were still people who recklessly stepped up to be beaten up. This was enough to explain many things. "So, you're the one who wants to test me?" Zichen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other man. "Were you the one who arranged for those people to come to you and get beaten up?" The young man sneered and said, "If I want to deal with you, I won't bother to play trick." The conversation came to an end here. Whether he was truly strong or just arrogant, it would soon be revealed. "Should we start the battle now, or should we wait for you to rest for a while?" The young man asked Zichen. "Let's begin." After saying that, Zichen rushed forward. Opposite him, the young man also moved in an instant. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still talking casually, but in the next moment, they used their full strength to attack. The fluctuations were extremely intense. The movements of the two were surprisingly similar. They were both charging forward and punching out. Their fists were shining with a strong light. This was a pure head-on clash. In the past few days, the spectators outside the battlefield had seen many people clash head-on with Zichen. Very few were able to last more than 2 moves. Most of the time, they would have their arms broken by Chen in one move. Then, they would be beaten up one-sidedly until the end of the battle. Boom! When the two fists collided, a powerful force exploded in an instant. A ripple of energy spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. In the strong collision, the young man's arm was not broken by Chen. He was only pushed back a few steps. As for Chen, he was also pushed back by this punch. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. It seemed that this was the first time such a situation had happened since Chen had fought. Swoosh! Chen's figure flashed and rushed forward again. He punched out again, lightning flashing. The young man was not to be outdone. He tapped his foot on the ground and moved forward in a straight line. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out on the battlefield. The two of them were constantly exchanging blows, their figures constantly changing. This was a pure head-on attack. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a competition of strength and the strength of the physical body. Chen's relaxed expression gradually became serious as the battle continued. If his opponent was the person behind the scenes, Chen believed that he would not be that strong. However, that was not the case at the moment. He had never met anyone at the same level whose physical strength was comparable to his, but now he met one. His opponent's arrogance clearly had something to rely on. In fact, Chen did not know that there was indeed someone behind the scenes who was very wary of Chen. That was why he was probing him. However, he was stopped by the person in front of him. He knew that it was useless. No matter how long he probed, without a strong combat strength, everything would be in vain. There was nothing wrong with knowing one's enemy, but the prerequisite was that one had to have the strength to fight back. Which family's disciple is this? How could he be so strong? His physical strength is comparable to Chen's. He should be an extraordinary existence. How come I have never seen him before? Looking at the two of them who were equally matched on the battlefield, the spectators began to discuss. Of course, to be able to suppress Chen, who had always been arrogant, they were still very happy. To be able to fight against a heaven-defying cultivator's physical body, it seems that this guy has a strong background. Lei Ming glanced at the battlefield, then turned his head and looked into the depths of the City of Gods. There was a tall building there. To many people in the City of Gods, that was a forbidden area. That building separated the entire City of Gods. The noble people all lived in the forbidden area, while the ordinary people lived outside. Although Lei Ming had been there many times, he still did not know much about that place. It was a mysterious forbidden area within the city. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his head. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. There were many people around him, who were all there to join in the fun. However, Lei Ming saw him immediately. He was the kind of person who attracted people wherever he went, and Lei Ming knew him. The man also sensed it. He turned his head and looked at Lei Ming. He smiled faintly at him and continued to watch the battle. So he really is from there. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be thinking about something and did not have time to watch the battle. As for the fire Chiline beside him, it did not say anything. It was just watching. Of course, there was still some surprise in its eyes. Boom! On the battle platform, there was a strong energy fluctuation. The two of them both retreated. This time, the two of them did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stared at each other. Chen looked serious. This was an opponent who was not inferior to him in terms of physical body and strength. He had met a real opponent in the same level. I say, it's meaningless to continue probing. I'm not like those useless people. Show me what you've got. The young man looked at Chen and said. Whoosh! Lightning flashed on Chen's body, and he disappeared from his original spot. Then, he appeared beside the young man as if he had teleported. He slapped at the young man's head. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot as well. Then, the two of them appeared in different places like two beams of light. The two of them changed their bodies so quickly that the audience was dazzled. The 9 bolts of lightning. That's the lightning clan's extreme speed. the 9 bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This voice successfully caused an uproar. The spectators present had lived for tens of thousands of years. Each of them was a famous figure in the outside world. It was impossible for them not to have heard of the 9 bolts of lightning. That was the real extreme speed. It was recognized as the fastest speed in all the worlds. It was the first and only one, not one of the fastest. In the previous battles, Chen was also very fast, but obviously not as fast as this one. The fact that the young man could force Chen to use his extreme speed this time was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. The crowd was in an uproar, but soon after, a shocking scene appeared. They saw that the publicly recognized fastest person in the world didn't help Chen gain the upper hand. Just as Chen changed his body, the young man was not to be outdone. He kept flashing and changing his direction. What kind of speed is that? How can it be compared to the world extreme speed? Isn't the world extreme speed the best in the world? What's going on? What a fast speed. It's not inferior to the world extreme speed at all. After seeing the world extreme speed, the crowd was already in an uproar. Then, they saw another footwork that was not inferior to the world extreme speed. It is said that there is a footwork called the Fleetfoot Stride that is comparable to the world extreme speed. But it was created by God, and it is said that only God can use it. Just as the crowd was puzzled, an old voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The old man had lived in this world for a long time and remembered many things clearly, so he recalled it at this moment. Then, several similar voices sounded, and more people said that this technique was unearthed. After that, the uproar disappeared and the scene was silent. Everyone looked at the battlefield in a daze, guessing in their hearts. Could it be that the other party was God? God is not that weak. That is the Fleetfoot Stride, but it was obtained through other means. It seems that his body is comparable to Chen's because he refined the divine blood. This time, they came prepared. He looked back at Lei Yiming and snorted. There was no joy on his face. The world extreme speed is just SOSO. The young man's disdainful voice sounded in the fighting ring. His body flickered a few times and he easily got rid of Chen. God's wrath. He quickly retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. He looked at Chen and shouted in a low voice. His face was full of majestic anger. In the sky, the void distorted and a blurry face appeared. It was vast and majestic. Chapter 2366. A thunderous rumble shook the 9th heaven, reverberating in the entire city of God. An indescribable energy appeared above Chen's head. The space there began to distort, and a door that flashed with the light of lightning appeared from within. It was a door of lightning. It was simple and ancient, and there were countless snakes of lightning swimming around its surface. It faced the strange face from a distance, both emitting intimidating pressure. They looked at each other with hostility. The face was the god's wrath, which represented the wrath of the God clan. The Thunderbolt door represented the Thunder clan, which was a powerful technique of the Life Star. At the moment the two techniques were displayed, it stirred up a big commotion in the entire city of God. The beast ancestor guarding outside the craftsman house revealed his real body from the statue. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In their glorious era, a similar scene had happened. It was the collision between the Thunderbolt and the god's wrath. It was also the critical moment of the life or death of the Life Star. It seemed like every time the battle between the God Clan and the God Clan broke out, it was the most dangerous moment of the Life Star. It was the moment of life or death. And at that time, they won, and the god's wrath vanished. Then, they stepped on the road of revenge. Inexplicably, they arrived in this world and couldn't return. In the craftsman house, experts lifted their heads one after another. Their eyes seemed to pierce through space to see the sparkling thunderbolt door and the cold, imposing face. The craftsman ancestor walked out of his room, lifting his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and emotions. Who could still remember the scene of a high-spirited existence holding a hammer and smashing the strange face into pieces? The one who defies the natural order always defies the natural order. The collision with the God Clan's technique this time. Does it mean that the pattern will change? He mumbled to himself. However, he didn't seem to be worried about Zichen. Not only the craftsman ancestor, but the beast ancestors in the craftsman house also didn't seem to be worried about Zichen. He was Zichen from the Life Star. He had to win. He was a member of the Thunder Clan. After so many years of fighting, the Thunderbolt Ninth Heaven had to win. He was the one who defied the natural order of the Life Star. He was known as the strongest existence on the Life Star. He had to win. He had no reason to lose, so he could only win. A powerful aura was wreaking havoc on the fighting stage. Lightning surged on the lightning gate and the sound of thunder was deafening. His face became clearer and clearer, and the expression on his face became more and more lifelike and cold. He was the first to give a cold snort. A strange power surged towards Zichen. That power was similar to a sound wave. It was a physical attack that could be seen with the naked eye, but it was much stronger than a sound wave. However, Zichen knew very well that this was not a sound wave, but a type of law that he had never encountered before. These rules had a will to destroy. It was as though they wanted to destroy Zichen by force at this moment. Zichen began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were resolute as he shouted, "Thunder fall." As if it had heard Zichen's call, the lightning gate suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light. Then, the lightning gate opened wide, and a small beast that was almost 2 meters long crawled out from it. It was a small beast with lightning radiating from its entire body. It had a lightning horn on its forehead. It was the thunder beast that only the Thunder Tribe had. Some were strong, and some were weak. It was a common kind that belonged to the Thunder Tribe. This kind of thunder beast wasn't strong, and it shouldn't have appeared in Zichen's lightning gate. Because Zichen was the one who defied the natural order, he was a strong existence. How could there be such a weak existence in his thunderclap ninth heaven? Normally, when the lightning gate appeared, it would be an existence at the level of the thunder dragon. Even if it was a thunder beast, it should be a powerful mutated one. Only that kind of thunder beast could match Zichen's lightning gate's first sky. How could it be? As a member of the Thunder Tribe, Lei Ming could not understand the situation in front of him. The appearance of the thunder beast in the first layer of heaven would greatly reduce the power of the ninth layer of heaven. With such an unforeseen event happening in this battle, Zichen might lose. Zichen, who was in the middle of the battlefield, didn't think too much. With a low shout, the lightning gate opened, and the thunder beast came out. He didn't feel the strength of the thunder beast. Instead, he felt that the thunder beast was very friendly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, as if it had met its master. It looked at Zichen affectionately. Zichen raised his head and nodded at the thunder beast. The thunder beast nodded and then let out a soft cry. Its front paws stepped on the void and rushed towards the face. The eyebrows on the face became clear. It seemed to be frowning, and anger appeared on its face. God's wrath. The thunder beast that was rushing forward suddenly swayed, as if it had suffered some kind of strong impact. The light on its body dimmed. However, its eyes were very bright, and it didn't stop at all when it collided with the face. Boom! The thunder beast exploded and turned into pure thunder power. Like a thunder cloud, it spread out in all directions and shrouded the face in it. Under the raging thunder, the face trembled in mid-air, as if it was about to be destroyed. Its facial features began to distort. How is this possible? Seeing such a scene, Lei Ming's face revealed a touch of disbelief. According to the status of the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Clan, it shouldn't be so strong. Not to mention an ordinary Thunder Beast, even a mutated Thunder Beast wouldn't have such strong destructive power. On the battle stage, the young man formed a seal with his hands, and a burst of energy rushed to the sky. The distorted face became clear again, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning began to dissipate. Lightning gate, open. Zichen's voice sounded again. Another lightning gate appeared in the middle of the lightning gate, which represented the gate of the second heaven in spacetime. That lightning gate opened, and an oppressive aura swept out from the gate. A small deer with flashes of thunder and lightning around its body appeared from the lightning gate. Thunder spirit deer. Lei Ming's expression became very strange when he saw the thunder and lightning creature that appeared from the second gate. This thunder spirit deer was much rarer than the previous thunder beast. However, in the Thunder Clan, it wasn't good at attacking. In fact, its attacking power was at the bottom of the Thunder Clan. When the Thunder Clan was prosperous, the Thunder Spirit Deer was actually raised as a lucky spirit beast. Most girls liked to use them as mounts. However, this 1-meter-long Thunder Spirit Deer was obviously still in its infancy. It could only be used as a playmate. It wasn't even qualified to be a mount. Such a small existence that could only be used as a playmate, how much fighting power could it have? Moreover, it occupied the second heaven of the Lightning Gate. Seeing this deer, a smile appeared on Zichen's face. In his heart, he thought that Meng Yarrow and the others would be very happy after seeing this. As for its fighting power, he didn't care about it because he couldn't perceive it. The only feeling he had was that this Thunder Spirit Deer was amiable. This Thunder Spirit Deer looked up to the sky and neighed. Then, it came down, not to fight with the face, but to Zichen. It cheerfully circled around Zichen, sprinkling thunder and lightning along the way. It was like a very cute deer circling around its master. Outside the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that this Thunder Spirit Deer had no fighting power at all. At this moment, they saw the Thunder Spirit Deer gently rubbing its head against Zichen's arm. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed towards the face. During this time, there were ripples of laws attacking the Thunder Spirit Deer. Every time it rushed forward, the Thunder Spirit Deer's spiritual light would become dimmer. However, the attack that was said to contain the god's law still couldn't kill this deer. The deer came in front of the face, and its antlers fiercely hit the face. Boom! The deer turned into thunder and lightning and exploded. Boundless thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc. The face that had just stabilized began to distort again. The young man, who was originally calm, had an obvious change in expression at this moment. No matter how he looked at it, the Thunder Spirit Deer didn't seem to have such terrifying power. Not to mention the other party, even Lei Ming, as a member of the Thunder Clan, didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously a very weak existence. How could it show such great power? Lightning Gate, open. On the battle platform, Zichen's cold voice resounded again. His words reverberated in the sky. The gate to the third heaven opened. Thunder and lightning scattered, and the atmosphere on the battlefield became more and more oppressive. A strange beast with lightning scales all over its body walked out of the Lightning Gate. Compared to the previous two creatures, this one was undoubtedly more ferocious. There were sharp barbs on the scales of its limbs. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed, and it was full of majesty. It was very similar to a tiger-like creature, but it looked more ferocious than a tiger-like creature. Thunder Spirit Beast. This is the Thunder Spirit Beast. Lei Ming's expression was undoubtedly strange. Although this creature was somewhat famous in the Thunder Clan, it was far from being comparable to the Thunder Dragon. It was still considered a weak existence. Of course, it was indeed stronger than the previous two creatures. It was said that the Thunder Spirit Beast was the grown-up version of the Thunder Dragon, but it had never been confirmed. The Thunder Spirit Beast glanced at Zichen. A rare touch of gentleness appeared in its ferocious eyes. Then, it stepped in the air and rushed towards the face that had just stabilized. Destroy. The face, which was facing the Thunder Spirit Beast, finally opened its mouth and said a word. It was as if his words were law. He drove the might of the rules and went straight for the Thunder Spirit Beast. Bang! The Thunder Spirit Beast's body dissipated directly as if it had been destroyed by the rules. Lei Ming sighed. As expected, this Thunder Spirit Beast was too weak. It couldn't do anything to the god's wrath. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the void shook. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Thunder Spirit Beast that had just dissipated reassembled. After reassembling, the light on its body became dimmer than before. Then, it turned into a flowing light and rushed towards the face amidst the exclamations of many people. Boom! The Thunder Spirit Beast exploded, forming an even more terrifying thunderstorm that raged on the face of the god. Chapter 2367. The god's wrath that had already taken form represented the face of God and the laws of God. Its power was much stronger than before. Facing this violent energy, it frowned. More power of laws appeared, dispersing the violent lightning energy. Around the face, the power of lightning was completely dispersed, and the face reappeared. But if one looked closely, they would find that the space around the face was no longer stable, and the face was also trembling slightly. Thunder gate, open. The cold voice once again resounded through the world. The thunder gate that could open the 9 heavens was now opened to the 4th heaven. An oppressive aura swept through the field, like a violent lightning storm wreaking havoc. Facing this oppressive aura, the young man's body surged with energy light. This light corresponded with the god's wrath in the sky. What walked out from the thunder gate of the 4th heaven was a creature with lightning and fire around its body. It was a combination of lightning and fire, and it emitted a blazing and violent aura. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, telling the story of its brutality. This is the legendary Thunder Fire Beast. I didn't expect it to actually exist. The moment Lei Ming saw the creature, his expression changed. Thunderclap 9th heaven opened the 9th heaven gate and summoned lightning creatures to battle. But under normal circumstances, these lightning creatures would appear according to their own will. They represented the will of an individual, and they were usually stronger than the previous one. For example, if the 1st heaven was a thunder dragon, then the 2nd heaven would be a 2-headed dragon or a 3-headed dragon, and other powerful creatures. But in the entire Thunder Clan, only the Thunder Dragon was real. Whether it was the 2-headed dragon or the 3-headed dragon, they were not real. They were the products of imagination. And the creatures that Zichen summoned were undoubtedly real. They also had a common characteristic, and that was that they all belonged to the Thunder Clan. In other words, in the entire world, only the Thunder Clan had them. Lei Ming was an ancient existence of the Thunder Clan, but he had never seen a Thunder Fire Beast. This was because it was said to have gone extinct many years ago, and only legends were passed down. And today, he saw a Thunder Fire Beast. This was a powerful species. It was said that it could even fight against the Thunder Dragon back in the day. When the Thunder Fire Beast appeared, it also lowered its head to look at Zichen. Within those bright, merciless, cruel eyes, there seemed to be a trace of gentleness. After that, it became brutal once more, and with a sky full of thunder and fire, it went straight for the face. Divine destruction. His face trembled slightly as he uttered these 2 words, which transformed into a strange destructive force that shot toward the Thunder Fire Beast. Roar. The charging Thunder Fire Beast suddenly roared towards the sky. Endless thunder fire spewed out from its body, forming a cloud of thunder and fire to protect its body. The clouds of thunder and fire quickly dissipated, and the Thunder Fire Beast charged forward. The moment the Thunder Fire cloud dissipated, the Thunder Fire Beast arrived in front of the face. Boom! The Thunder Fire Beast exploded, and a large cloud of thunder fire appeared in the sky, spreading into the distance. The sky was filled with violent thunder and fire, and the rumbling sound resounded throughout the world. Thunder Gate, open. Amidst the rolling thunder, Zichen's voice was clearly heard. His voice was unusually cold. Above his head, the Thunder Gate flashed with a dazzling light. Following that, the door to the 5th heaven was about to open. However, after a few flashes, the door to the 5th heaven suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the entire Thunder Gate disappeared. Puff! When the Thunder Gate disappeared, Zichen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which spilled onto the fighting platform. This was the first time in so many battles that Zichen had spilled blood on the fighting platform. Seeing this, the spectators felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. How could this be? Lei Ming looked at the fighting platform in disbelief. The thunderclap 9th heaven was actually interrupted midway. This was somewhat illogical. He looked at Zichen and found that after coughing up blood, there were no other injuries on his body. Only then did he feel relieved. In his heart, he guessed that Zichen's situation might be due to the fact that he was unable to summon other creatures because of his cultivation level. After all, Zichen had already summoned 4 types of creatures exclusive to the Thunder Clan, and their power was far beyond that of ordinary existences. Seeing Zichen coughing up blood, the spectators were very excited. At this point in the battle, Zichen was finally unable to be arrogant. At this moment, as long as the face withstood the havoc of the Thunderfire cloud, as long as it appeared again, it would definitely be able to teach Zi Chen a very big lesson. The idea was beautiful, but the result was cruel. Not long after Zi Chen coughed up blood, the young man also coughed up blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and the energy radiance on his body also dimmed. Above his head, the crazily distorted face in the Thunderfire cloud could not withstand the havoc of the Thunderfire cloud in the end and directly dissipated. The outcome of this battle was already clear. Zi Chen was just unable to summon a more powerful attack, but the Thunderfire beast had destroyed God's fury, so it could be considered a victory. However, the spectators at the scene did not think so. They felt that this battle was a draw. How could God's fury be destroyed by a mortal? It was just that the young man had used up too much energy and could not hold on any longer. Moreover, to be honest, the other party had lasted longer than Zi Chen. The battle between God's fury and the thunderclap ninth heaven had ended, but the outcome of the battle between the two on the battle stage had yet to be determined. A sword appeared in the young man's hand. There were barbs on the body of the sword, flashing with a cold light. In Zi Chen's hand, the broken saber was unsheathed. With a flash of the saber, he was already in front of the young man. Clang! As the weapons collided, clanging sounds were constantly heard. The two figures were constantly flashing. Waves of energy ripples spread out in all directions as the two collided. This was an evenly matched battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. This was also a collision between the Thunderfire Nine Deaths and the Fleetfoot Stride. It was a confrontation on another level. With a flash of brilliance, Zi Chen retreated. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he stared at the young man opposite him. The other party's Fleetfoot Stride surprised him, but this was not his ultimate speed. However, Zi Chen could also see that the other party was actually holding back at this moment. Zi Chen did not use the heavenly thunder wings. In his sharp senses, even if he used the heavenly thunder wings, he would not be able to secure victory. This was a tough opponent that he had never met before. Swoosh! The young man tapped his foot and rushed forward again. On the long sword, cold light was overflowing. He stabbed straight at Lin Huang at lightning speed. In Zi Chen's hand, the saber flashed. It was also the extreme slash. When it collided with the long sword, clanging sounds were heard. As the saber and the sword collided, Zi Chen and the young man looked at each other coldly. Then, they suddenly exerted their strength. The saber and sword exploded with a strong light. The two of them quickly retreated. Extreme slash. Cross slash technique. Triple slash. In an instant, Zi Chen made 3 moves. They were all saber techniques that came with the broken saber. They were very sharp. Looking ahead, the young man was not to be outdone. He also made 3 mysterious moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two of them in the field had no doubt displayed their real powers. People watching were shaken. This kind of fighting competence had surpassed level 5. Even some level 6 existences couldn't resist it. Since they had guessed the young man's origin, they thought highly of him. At this moment, seeing that Zi Chen and the young man were neck and neck, they couldn't believe it. This was the difference between a mortal and a god. However, at this moment, Zi Chen was neck and neck with him. The eye-catching man in the crowd calmly looked ahead. A gleam of surprise flashed in his eyes. This existence from the Life Star could fight evenly with his fellows. Shi Yang had to admit that this was a man with great potential. Once he grew up, he would be a big trouble to them. Just like the trouble that year, he had almost pierced the sky. However, that incident was uncontrollable. Apparently, the situation in front of them was under control. Because Zi Chen was still weak. He wasn't strong enough yet. Don't dawdle. It's time to end this. Looking at the battle in the field, the man muttered. On the fighting ring, the young man seemed to hear his whisper. After one round of confrontation, he kept retreating, increasing the distance between him and Zi Chen. As the distance between the two of them increased, the young man's gaze towards Zi Chen became cold and stern. The surging light of energy on his body suddenly changed. It changed from the previous bright light to the current black light. Inside that black light, there was a strong aura. This aura was similar to the god's fury. It contained principles. Is this the god's aura? Although it's not pure, how could he have it? Lei Yiming looked at the battlefield, frowning. A gleam of surprise crossed his eyes. He looked at Zi Chen worriedly. The competence that Zi Chen had shown was strong enough. He could be the strongest among the warriors at the same level. Even this existence from the city within the city couldn't do anything to him. If the two of them fought, they would be neck and neck. However, he didn't expect that the young man would use the god's aura at this moment. This aura might not be strong in the outside world, but in the world of gods, it was like fighting on home ground. The power of the god's aura would be greatly enhanced. This was why the young man could fight Zi Chen to a draw. If they were in the outside world, Zi Chen's combat power alone would be enough to defeat the young man. However, now that he had the god's aura, the situation might change. The young man looked at Zi Chen coldly. Zi Chen, it's time for the battle to end. The god's aura was activated. A terrifying might spread out, bringing with it an extremely oppressive aura. Outside the battlefield, the people nearby all had the urge to kowtow at this moment. They knew that this was the final confrontation, so they all started to retreat. At this moment, the aura coming from the young man was undoubtedly very dangerous. Zi Chen knew that he could only use his last resort. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really die here today. Therefore, the light of energy released from his body suddenly retracted. Chapter 2368. Gold and silver light flashed around Zi Chen, each occupying half of his body. At the same time, Zi Chen's black eyes became one gold and one silver. As the energy changed, Zi Chen's body released an even stronger and more violent aura. This aura confronted the aura around the young man. The divine aura seemed to slow down slightly in the face of the yin and yang lightning, as if it was being suppressed. When the audience saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Or rather, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This was because the current Zi Chen seemed a little too strange. This is the dual attributes of yin and yang. Lei Yiming, who had been worried, was shocked when he saw the changes in Zi Chen's body. Similarly, the man in the crowd was also moved. His indifferent expression finally changed at this moment. He appeared to be very surprised, very shocked. He even blinked a few times, thinking that he was hallucinating. There was a deathly silence outside the arena. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Zi Chen, who had displayed the fusion of yin and yang energy, brought great shock to the audience. No one looked at the young man who had been favored by the god race. No one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were on Zi Chen, and their expressions changed drastically. He had only summoned his energy and hadn't fought yet. Logically speaking, no one should be so sensitive or exaggerated. But that was the case. However, the reason they had such a big reaction wasn't because of Zi Chen, but because of the two energies. Many years ago, an existence similar to this had come to the City of God, and then the City of God had fallen into chaos. That chaos had caused a great shock, and even led to an uncontrollable war. If the god race hadn't intervened in the end, that war would have affected many people. Perhaps the total population of the City of God would have been reduced by 1/10. But even after many years, those who had seen that war still couldn't forget what had happened. At the same time, they couldn't forget the extreme destructive power brought about by these two opposite energies. Although the energy Zi Chen was displaying was not the same as that person's, the aura was very similar. He was obviously that person's successor. How could this be? Not only did the man's expression change, but even Lei Yiming had the same expression on his face. This was simply unbelievable. The heaven-defying Zi Chen actually possessed two types of energy. It's Wuji's ridiculous theory. I didn't expect it to come true. Yin and yang energy in one body, not yin and yang doppelgangers. This little kid Zi Chen is really impressive. This is something that even the Wuji Jr. couldn't do. I really didn't expect this little kid to have hidden his strength so deeply. He only revealed his final trump card now. At the same time, many similar sighs could be heard in the craft's manner. From their words, it was not hard to tell that they were shocked by Zi Chen. At the same time, when they mentioned Wuji's name, it was clear that they valued this junior a lot. It's the same situation as Limitless. It seems even more special than Wuji. Is the city of God going to fall into chaos again? The previous Wuji almost messed up the city of God. I didn't expect such a special one to appear. Luckily, he's not as strong as Wuji back then. In other parts of the city of gods, similar noises could be heard. This is fate. The craftsman ancestor looked up at the sky with an inexplicable smile. On the battle stage, Zichen did not know that after using 2 types of extreme energy, he had caused a huge commotion in the city. He was ready to go all out. Whoosh! He tapped his foot and charged forward. The broken saber in his hand drew an arc. The young man's rule of God surged as he charged at Zichen with his sword. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Yin and yang energy converged and clashed head-on with the rule of God. The evenly matched scene did not continue. The yin and yang energy released a destructive aura at the same time and forcefully destroyed the rule of God. The young man's expression changed drastically and he began to retreat. Whoosh! Zichen's figure flashed as he transformed into yin and yang light and pursued. Compared to before, Zichen's speed was much faster. The young man, who had also used the fleetfoot stride, was also faster because of the rule of God. However, this time, he no longer had a relaxed smile on his face. He could no longer mock Zichen's 9 lightning strikes. This was because Zichen's speed was slightly faster than his. Whoosh! Zichen was even faster than the young man. He stood where the young man was about to appear and slashed his saber across the void. The young man had just appeared when he was hit by the saber. He panicked and used his sword to block. Clang! Zichen's figure flashed again and disappeared. Then, the black saber swept across the void. The young man had just appeared when the saber landed on his body, leaving a wound on his abdomen. Poof! Poof! The saber flashed quickly and clanged continuously. Halfway through, the sound of the saber slicing flesh could be heard. With the support of the yin and yang energy, Zichen had improved greatly in all aspects. He was now very powerful. Wherever the saber passed, the young man cried out in pain. Hearing this, the faces of the people outside the field turned ugly. It was very similar to the scene in the past. Wuji, who had displayed different attributes, had come here as if there was no one around. Today, even an existence with the rule of God could not suppress him. The saber was still flashing and landing on the young man. The rule of God light on the young man's body was constantly being extinguished. His face was filled with pain and anger. However, at this moment, he could not do anything to Zichen. Zichen was like a beam of gold and silver light that revolved around the young man. Whoosh! As the dazzling light flashed, Zichen appeared behind the young man. He stood there without moving. Blood dripped from the broken saber. His body shone with 2 colors and was surrounded by gold and silver lightning. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His breathing became rapid. There were 2 obvious wounds on his body, but they were not serious. Behind him, the young man was also standing. The long sword in his hand was dripping blood. There were many tears on his robe. From the tears, one could see the saber marks on his skin. There was complete silence outside the arena. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Zichen was injured. Lightly injured. The young man was also injured. Seriously injured. The blood on his long sword was not Zichen's. It was from his arm. It was his own blood. Zichen, who had displayed the yin and yang energy, had extraordinary combat strength. Seeing his performance today, the crowd had an illusion that Wuji had returned. Zichen had won. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked worried. You lost. Remember what you said, Zichen said coldly. The broken saber in his hand slowly returned to its scabbard. The young man loosened his grip on the long sword and it fell on the fighting ring. He spat out blood. His vision turned black and he fell backward. In the crowd, the man leaped into the air. Like a black light, he landed on the fighting ring and left with the young man. The other party's speed was so fast that Zichen couldn't see the other party's face clearly. The people who were watching the battle also had very surprised expressions on their faces. He won. Such a heaven-defying person is really scary. Lei Yiming, who was in the carriage, muttered to himself. He had a gratified smile on his face. The fire Kirin, who was pulling the carriage, nodded in agreement. Zichen walked down the fighting ring. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. Everyone consciously made way for him. At this moment, there was an obvious trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Zichen. Well done. Lei Yiming smiled at Zichen when he reached the carriage. Zichen nodded with a smile and got into the carriage. After that, the news of the Wuji successor's arrival in this world was immediately spread. Along the way, Lei Yiming did not ask Zichen how he managed to merge the yin and yang energies. He did not mention a word about the previous battle. He just closed his eyes and rested. Looks like I'll have to ask him to make a trip there. The craftsman ancestor retracted his gaze from the sky with a smile on his face. When Zichen returned to the craftsman manor, he realized that the two beast ancestors had revealed their true forms. They were staring at him with an inexplicable look in their eyes. He quickly got out of the carriage and bowed to the two beast ancestors. "Little guy, well done," Longhu Sovereign said in a low, muffled voice. His eyes were full of praise. "Thank you." Zichen thanked him and entered the craftsman manor. After entering the craftsman manor, he realized that the other beast ancestors were looking at him differently. Could it be because I won this battle? Zichen couldn't help but guess. After returning to the craftsman manor, no one came to challenge him on the second day. Similarly, no one came to challenge him on the third day. It seemed that the young man was right. On the fourth day, Lei Yiming, who had not appeared, came to look for Zichen. "Come, follow me to a place." Lei Yiming came to Zichen's room with a lunchbox in his hand. "Where are we going? What are you holding?" Zichen followed him out and looked at Lei Yiming with a puzzled look. "This is a lunchbox. There's some food inside. Let's go." Lei Yiming handed the lunchbox to Zichen and walked straight ahead. Zichen followed behind him with a puzzled look. He felt that Lei Yiming was a little mysterious today. When they arrived outside the craftsman manor, the carriage pulled by the fire Chelin was already waiting. The two got on the carriage and headed towards the center of the city of gods. "See that? We're going there today." Lei Yiming pointed at the towering city wall through the window. "A city within a city? Why are we going there?" Zichen was astonished. Of course, he knew about the existence of a city within a city. Yi Qian lived there. Chapter 2369. The fire Chelin pulled the carriage and headed towards the city within the city. Along the way, there were naturally many people who cast sidelong glances at the carriage from the craftsman's manor. They seemed very curious. "Are we going to deliver food to people? Are we going to deliver food to people in the city within the city?" Zichen looked at Lei Yiming in confusion. One had to know that those who lived in the city were all existences related to the gods. Zichen wasn't sure if such existences ate in this world, but he knew that even if they ate, they wouldn't care about the things from the craftsman's manor. Lei Yiming, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Zichen. "If you don't have some special connections, it's impossible to enter the city within the city. I've been here for so long, but I can only reach the outer area. Unless your godlike girlfriend is willing to help, no one has the right to enter." "Then who are we delivering food to?" Zichen asked, confused. At this moment, the fire Chelin stopped. An indifferent voice came from outside. "Who dares to trespass into the city of gods?" Lei Yiming pulled open the curtain and looked outside. Zichen also lowered his head. Through the curtain, he saw two armored guards appear in front of the fire Chelin. Even though they were separated by the carriage, Zichen could still feel an oppressive aura. It was obvious that these two guards had great power. This power would far surpass the power that Zichen currently possessed. Lei Yiming held a shining token in his hand. There were words engraved on it. This was a special entry token. It should lead to the city of gods. The guards in armor glanced at them and nodded indifferently. Then, they moved to the sides and made way for them. After a long and dark corridor, Zichen's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived at the mysterious city within the city. However, the fire Chelin didn't move forward. Instead, it took a detour and walked towards a remote place. There was a huge black castle. There was still a distance from the castle, but there was an inexplicable pressure coming from it. This pressure made even Chen, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Lei Ming pulled open the curtain and pointed at the Black Castle. That's the City of Gods prison. The only prison in the City of Gods. There's a prison here. Chen was in disbelief. Could it be that there are still people who committed crimes in the City of God and were imprisoned here? Lei Ming nodded and said, if you stay in the City of God for a long time, all sorts of things will happen. However, ordinary people did not have the qualifications to be locked in here. Those who had the qualifications to be locked in here were true experts, and also some very difficult characters to deal with. Don't underestimate this prison. Even rank 9 experts can't get out. Its existence is very meaningful. Are we here to visit someone in prison today? What realm is this person at? Chen asked curiously. It should be level 9, Lei Ming said after thinking for a while. A level 9 being locked up. Level 9 is only the strongest among ordinary people, but this is the City of Gods, there are gods here. What is a level 9 in front of God? What about you? Are you at level 9? Chen asked Lei Ming curiously. The law of gods here is a bit special. There's only one requirement for level 9, and it's very simple. However, it's very difficult to enter level 9. Even a great saint can forget about entering level 9 if they can't meet that requirement. Lei Ming said with a slight sigh. Of course, even if you're not a great saint, as long as you meet that requirement, you'll still be level 9. What requirement? Chen asked curiously. Saint body. Lei Ming said. Saint body? Chen didn't understand. It's the body of a saint. The realm where you can fight against a saint weapon with your bare hands. Chen now had a saint body, but it wasn't a saint body. The latter was equivalent to a saint body, and he could fight against a saint weapon with his bare hands. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Chen was very surprised. He never thought that level 9 in this world would require a saint body. Then there shouldn't be many existences of this realm here, right? Chen asked. Lei Ming looked at Chen and smiled. All the experts in this world are gathered here. Do you think there are many of them? Chen was very shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't there be a lot of level 9 experts here? In his thoughts, Chen didn't believe that the fire Chelin in front of him, who was at the level of a beast ancestor, didn't have a saint body. There were also the 2 gatekeepers of the Crafts Manor, the world's first Longhu sovereign and the flying divine tiger. As true beast ancestors, how could they not have a saint body? There was also the sky-devouring wolf. There was also the craftsman ancestor, who had stayed in this world for a long time. If that was the case, there would be several level 9 experts in just the Crafts Manor alone. Then how many of them were there in the City of God? Seeing Chen's shocked expression, Lei Ming smiled. In the eyes of these experts, a saint weapon is nothing. What's truly precious is freedom, just like the person we're going to find. If there are no accidents, he won't have freedom for the rest of his life. Could it be a life sentence? You'll know when you see him. Now, let's get off the carriage. The fire Chelin had stopped at some point. Lei Ming jumped off the carriage, followed by Chen, who was holding a box of food. Stepping into this land, the oppressive aura became even more intense, making one's hair stand on end. There were no special signs at the entrance of the castle, only 2 armored guards standing there. When the 2 guards saw Lei Ming, a smile appeared on their faces. They seemed to be very familiar with Lei Ming. Lei Ming, why did you bring a little guy here today? Lei Ming replied with a smile, a junior from my family has just arrived in the City of God. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I brought him here to see the world. One of them laughed. Then you've come to the right place. Kid, be careful when you go in. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants. After that, the 3 of them laughed heartily. The guards opened the castle door for the 2 of them. In the dark castle, there was a ray of light. It was obvious that there was a deep passage, and one couldn't see the end of it. Lei Ming walked in, with Chen following closely behind. Behind them, the large doors of the castle slowly closed. As the door closed, The two of them saw nothing but darkness. Moreover, there was a suffocating oppressive aura, as if there was a ferocious creature at the end of the darkness. In the dark castle, it was quiet. The oppressive aura made Zichen's hair stand on end. Do you know what I said before? Holy weapons aren't valuable here. Freedom is. In the dark castle, Lei Yiming's words suddenly rang out, followed by echoes, making one feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this moment, he couldn't see anything. The energy in his body was also suppressed by an aura, making it impossible for him to use it as light to illuminate his surroundings. At this moment, Lei Yiming stretched out his hand, and a flash of lightning appeared in his hand. The light began to flash, illuminating the surroundings. As the surroundings became clear, Zichen was shocked to find that he was standing in a corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were special rooms. The rooms were tightly sealed, and there were only steel fences in the corridor. Through the steel fences, Zichen saw that there were things in the rooms. Some of them were humans, while others were huge creatures. Although they were different, they were all lying there, motionless. Seeing these almost full rooms, Zichen was shocked. Didn't they say that ordinary people couldn't enter? Why were they all full? This is not only a prison, but also a cultivation room. Lei Yiming maintained the flash of lightning and walked forward. What cultivation room? Zichen followed closely behind. Having a level 9 physical body is equivalent to having a physical body comparable to a holy weapon. You came from the outside, so you should know how hard it is to find holy level materials. And this is the place where holy level materials are cultivated. The special rules here will slowly extract the life force of these existences, and then purify their physical bodies. Under the constant purification of the rules, the ones that remain are naturally holy level materials. What? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. When he came here, he only felt that his energy was suppressed, but he didn't feel the loss of life force. This should be the reason why he was standing in the corridor. These people are not criminals. Most of them were brought back by gods who went out for the purpose of cultivating holy level materials. If you want to successfully cultivate some saint-grade materials, it will take a very long time. What you see here has already existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Zichen followed Lei Yiming and asked, "Does no one care? This is God's world, and it's God's arrangement. Who would care? Who would dare?" Lei Yiming's words revealed a hint of sarcasm. Along the way, Zichen saw many prisoners who had lost their life force. They hadn't committed any crimes. If there was a crime, it would be that they shouldn't have reached level 9, and they shouldn't have been encountered by God. After walking deeper, Zichen saw a flight of stairs. The two of them walked down the stairs and reached the second level. Zichen, who was following behind Lei Yiming, was shocked and angry. What did God take these powerful existences for? He casually caught them and cultivated them into weapons. Was he going to domesticate them like livestock? On the second level, Zichen, who had walked a few hundred meters, suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the fence in front of him and saw that there was a huge, shriveled creature in the middle of the fence. However, he recognized at a glance that this huge creature belonged to the dragon clan. Moreover, it belonged to a special kind of dragon clan, the lightning dragon clan. The lightning energy, which was originally suppressed by the laws, seemed to be restless at this moment. That's right, he was a lightning dragon. However, he was caught and should be dead by now. Zichen looked at the corpse of the lightning dragon. He didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. He could imagine that the powerful lightning dragon, who had a body comparable to a holy weapon, must have fought a great battle against the God clan. After that, he couldn't defeat the God clan and was captured and imprisoned here. Don't be kind. We don't have the strength to save him. Moreover, he's already dead. Lei Yiming reminded him when he saw Zichen's expression. Zichen nodded his head. At this moment, he appeared to be very helpless and felt that he was very small. The lightning energy in his body couldn't leave as it was firmly suppressed by the laws of God. However, he was very unwilling to accept this. A wave of anger spread in his chest. At this moment, a golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was the lightning mark from before. Chapter 2370. The golden light illuminated the corridor, illuminating the oppressive ground with a golden glow. Lei Yiming's face, which seemed to be covered in a layer of golden frost, revealed a look of astonishment. He had been here many times, so he was very familiar with the situation here. Zichen was only at the 5th rank. Even if he was a heaven-defying being, it was impossible for him to break free from the suppression of the laws. As a member of the Lightning Clan, he immediately recognized the mark on Zichen's forehead. It was the mark of the Lightning Clan. At this moment, the mark was emitting a golden light, making Zichen seem even more mysterious. What Lei Yiming didn't expect was that Lei Yilong, who should have been dead, actually began to emit light. Bolts of lightning began to appear from his body. They were like specks of light as they flew towards the fence. When they passed through the fence, half of them bounced back, while the other half successfully passed through the fence and arrived beside Zichen, entering his body. Is this the remnant soul being awakened by the mark? Lei Yiming was moved when he saw this scene. There was no doubt that the remnant soul that had been awakened by the mark had given Zichen all of its remaining energy without holding back. This was a kind of inheritance. An inheritance of energy. The laws of this place were still present. Even with the royal mark, only half of the energy could be transmitted out. The other half remained within the fence. Soon, the energy within the Lei Yilong's body was divided into two. One half was absorbed by Zichen, while the other half turned into specks of light that floated within the fence. Then, the specks of light started to fuse together and turned into a dazzling Lei Yilong. The Lei Yilong danced in the air and rolled a few times. Then, it gazed at Zichen through the fence and nodded its head. Its eyes were filled with affection, as if it was a senior looking at a junior that it was satisfied with. Then, it dissipated and completely extinguished. The moment the specks of light were extinguished, the Lei Yilong's corpse also dissipated. The fence was already empty. His soul had been destroyed. Lei Yiming shook his head with a complicated expression. This Lei Yilong Senior would no longer exist in this world. He bowed deeply to the empty fence to show his respect for this senior from the Lightning Clan. Originally, although he would die, there would still be a remnant of his soul left in the world. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to revive with the help of a sacred weapon. However, his choice at this moment was to completely give up on himself and let Zichen have his way. These energies entered Zichen's body and fused with his body. These energies came from the same source, and Zichen didn't feel any discomfort. His physical strength became stronger, and he felt that there was another powerful energy in his body that was about to erupt. The golden mark between his eyebrows dimmed once more and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Looking at the empty fence, Zichen also bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." He didn't know who this Senior Lei Long was, but this Senior actually agreed to help him because he was from the Thunder Clan, a junior of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan imprint from before was equivalent to a bridge that opened a corner of the fence, allowing him to obtain the Thunder Dragon's energy inheritance. "Let's go." Lei Yiming turned and continued onwards. Zichen followed behind without saying a word. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor. According to Lei Yiming, this was the last floor. After arriving at this floor, Zichen clearly felt that there were several powerful auras here. These auras all came from the fences. As they continued onwards, Zichen saw that there were many huge creatures in the fences. They weren't dead, but all of them were alive. They also saw the light in this pitch-black space, and all of them turned their heads and walked over. Through the fence, they looked at the three of them with eyes full of greed. Were these all captured? Zichen asked curiously. In the City of Gods, there are less than 10 people who are qualified to be imprisoned here, Lei Yiming said expressionlessly. Bullshit, I killed a god. How can you say I was captured? I was imprisoned. At this moment, a sound came from one of the fences. It was a three-eyed beast. Its eyes were like copper bells, and even though it was separated by a fence, Zichen could still sense a thick aura of death coming from it. Lei Yiming ignored the three-eyed beast and continued forward. At this time, another behemoth stuck its head out and stared at Lei Yiming, saying, I say, little doll Lei Yiming, every time you bring food, can't you bring more? No. Lei Ming said indifferently. You little kid, you're too much. If I go out, I can kill you with a breath. The being said angrily. Then we'll talk when you come out. With your current state, you won't be able to last for tens of thousands of years. Lei Ming laughed coldly. Zichen followed Lei Ming. He could feel that the beings here were all extremely powerful. Moreover, each of them should be at least grade 9, which was equivalent to the beast ancestor in the crafts manner. After that, some other huge creatures opened their mouths. Of course, they couldn't do without asking for food from Lei Ming. Some even threatened Zichen. It could be seen that they were very eager and greedy for food. It wasn't just food. Zichen could also see that the way they looked at him and Lei Ming was also very greedy. It was as if they wanted to devour the two of them. Zichen was very curious. Who was the being that Lei Ming wanted to see? Why would he be imprisoned in such a place? So noisy, all of you shut up. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the deepest part of the fences. This voice seemed to contain a strange magical power. Those powerful beings who heard it all shut their mouths. Although they all turned their heads, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, they didn't dare to say anything. Just as Zichen was guessing whether this was the person they were looking for, he heard the voice again. Lei Ming, you're a little later than usual. When Lei Ming heard this, he chuckled and said, I was delayed by some matters. However, I brought a little friend here. I believe you'll be interested. I'm late because of him. As he spoke, Lei Ming walked forward. Zichen naturally had to follow. I'm not interested in meeting anyone. The voice was still as cold as ever. Perhaps that's true for others. However, you'll definitely be interested in this one. Lei Ming's words were very firm. At this moment, a ray of light lit up somewhere in the deepest part of the fences. When those powerful beings saw that ray of light, their eyes were filled with envy. In this pitch-black place, not only was food a luxury, but even light was a luxury. Lei Ming quickened his pace. Zichen also quickened his pace. When he reached the fences, he looked inside and saw a person standing in the middle of the fences. His posture was tall and straight. He stood with his hands behind his back. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. He looked like an indomitable hero. As he stood in the middle of the fences, it was as if he were the ruler of this world. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. Zichen couldn't help but take a second look at this person. However, he couldn't see his full appearance. It was as if there was a layer of laws shrouding him. He shifted his gaze and saw that there was another person on the other side. This was a beautiful woman in green clothes. She sat there quietly and raised her head to look at the man. As Zichen looked over, the beautiful woman also sensed his gaze. When she saw Zichen, she nodded and smiled at him. The other party's eyes were bright and pure, like a pool of clear spring water. The moment he saw her beautiful face, Zichen's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed in disbelief, Qing Enyu. Your Lady Qing Enyu. This woman was exactly the same as the Qing Enyu clone he had seen in the Boundless sect. However, her aura was even more outstanding. Zichen recognized her immediately. You've seen me before? Qing Enyu spoke with a gentle voice. Zichen nodded and said excitedly, back in the Boundless sect, I saw Lady Qing Enyu's clone. It was Lady Qing Enyu's clone that saved me. Lady Qing Enyu's clone told me that Lady Qing Enyu went to find. Qing Enyu nodded with a smile on her face. Zichen immediately reacted. His eyes widened as he looked back at the man and said in a trembling voice, could it be? This is Master Wuji. Hearing Zichen's voice, the man turned around and saw Zichen. However, with just a glance, a beam of light shot out from Wuji's eyes. His resolute face also changed a little. This ray of light seemed to materialize as it passed through the fences and landed on Zichen's body. Then, the energy in Zichen's body that had been suppressed by the rules was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It was completely uncontrollable. His body started to emit a strong light. One side was gold, and the other side was silver. His eyes, which were filled with excitement, also turned into gold and silver. The smile on Qing Enyu's face disappeared when she saw Zichen's change. She stared at the scene in disbelief. The tall man's indifferent expression also underwent a drastic change at this moment. Beside him, Lei Ming smiled faintly without saying a word. He had long expected such a scene to occur. This is the fusion of yin and yang energy. How did you do it? The tall man looked straight at Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen could feel that the energy in his body was changing uncontrollably. Moreover, it was being drawn out by the same energy. Thus, the identity of the man in front of him was obvious. In fact, when the man turned around, Zi Chen was sure of his identity. This person was indeed the same person who had taught him the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques. Thus, he knelt on the ground and called out, "Master." He had mastered the yin and yang energy. Wu Ji was indeed his master. The fusion of yin and yang energy. "Husband, your theory has been verified." Qing Enyu's expression was very excited. She was even more excited than Wu Ji. This is. Wu Ji's expression changed, but he didn't lose his mind. He turned to look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming smiled and nodded, giving Wu Ji an accurate answer. Chapter 2371. The surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of Zi Chen's excited breathing could be heard. Wu Ji didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on Zi Chen. The energy in Zi Chen's body was still flashing uncontrollably. Qing Enyu stood up and walked over to Zi Chen through the bars, carefully sizing him up. Lei Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled at the scene in front of him. The food box was next to him. The attention of the big shots who were imprisoned nearby also shifted from the food box to Zi Chen. To be precise, they were focused on the light of energy on Zi Chen's body. As powerful beings, they knew how unbelievable it was for such a situation to occur. Limitless, who was in a similar situation, was already shocking enough. However, the situation that this little fella was displaying was even more shocking than Limitless. It could be said that this was the most perfect state of yin-yang energy in Wu Ji's heart. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After a long time, Wu Ji's expression returned to normal. The strange energy in his eyes disappeared. The light on Zi Chen's body also disappeared. The rules here had once again suppressed him. "What's your name?" Wu Ji asked calmly. "Zi Chen." Zi Chen said while kneeling on the ground. "Get up. You're stronger than me." Wu Ji waved his hand and revealed a rare smile. "How was it? This little guy didn't disappoint you, did he?" Lei Ming said with a smile. "Where did you find him?" Wu Ji looked at Lei Ming and asked. "He came here on his own. We were lucky to have found him early. Otherwise, we would have died here." After that, Zi Chen gave them a simple explanation of how he'd come to this world. Everyone was moved when they heard that Zi Chen had actually come here as a saint and even had hope of leaving this world. "He's been here for so long. Why didn't you bring him to me earlier?" Wu Ji said with dissatisfaction. "He hid it too well. A few days ago, when he fought with a junior in Divine City, he revealed his yin-yang energy. As a matter of fact, I hurriedly brought him here after clearing up the connections." Lei Ming looked at Wu Ji and said, "Before we came, Master said that he couldn't see through this child, and couldn't see his future. At the same time, he didn't want to disrupt this change. He said that you might be able to help. Of course, if you have something good, you can give me some." The moment Limitless heard, he snorted coldly and said, "I'm just a lowly prisoner. What good things can I have? However, I can really teach him some techniques regarding the power of yin and yang." He turned back to look at Zi Chen and saw that his eyes had suddenly turned into one gold and one silver. This was very similar to the yin-yang eyes that Zi Chen had long mastered, but there seemed to be some differences. At this moment, two dots of light appeared in Wu Ji's eyes. One was gold and the other was silver. They were the size of cherries. They passed through the fence and landed in Zi Chen's eyes. "This is an eye technique that I have comprehended. It might be useful to you. Go back and study it," Limitless said. Zi Chen closed his eyes and opened them after a while. The gold and silver light in his eyes had disappeared. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Since you've already called me Master, there's no need to be so polite." Wu Ji glanced at Lei Ming with a rare look of hesitation on his face. But soon, he extended his hand and a walnut-like ball of light appeared in his palm. That ball of light blossomed with multicolored light. It was very dazzling and gorgeous. Is this divine blood essence? Wuji, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing on you. At this moment, a voice came from next door. The voice was filled with envy. Divine blood essence. Old dog, open your dog eyes wide. This is divine essence that is countless times more valuable than divine blood essence. It's divine essence. Another voice sounded. Another huge creature stared at the item in Wuji's hand. Bullshit, you're the old dog. I'm the hellhound. A powerful existence from hell. The voice that spoke earlier was very dissatisfied. Seeing this divine essence, even Lei Ming's expression changed. With the divine essence in his hand, Wuji glanced at Lei Ming and said, Lei Ming. Lei Ming seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, no one will touch his things. You might not know, but in our eyes, he has another name, Hope. Wuji didn't ask what hope was, just like how he didn't ask Zichen how he managed to achieve the yin and yang energy in one body. He put his hand through the fence with ease. During this time, a layer of light appeared to obstruct him, but it couldn't stop this powerful palm. Zichen reached out to take it. He felt an unusual energy from the divine essence in Wuji's hand. It was as if this energy was about to awaken some hidden power in his body. Refine it as soon as possible. When Wuji retracted his hand, he saw that there was already a yin and yang seal on the divine essence. In order to break this seal, he needed energy of the same attribute. Yes. Zichen nodded and put the sealed divine essence into his clothes. Master, what do I need to do to get out of here? After putting away the item, Zichen asked. He was indeed very concerned about this problem. Perhaps a special pardon order will do, Wuji said. I will think of a way to get a special pardon order, Zichen said seriously. Wuji smiled and didn't say anything else. There's not much time left. We should go. Lei Ming took out the food in the food box and left with the empty food box. However, when he passed by the fence, he kept throwing things inside. During this time, clinking sounds could be heard. Like multicolored crystals, they emitted light in the pitch-black space. Don't die so early. Otherwise, it will be boring. Seeing these powerful beings in a daze, Lei Ming said this with a strange expression on his face. After walking out of the prison of God, the two guards jokingly asked Zichen if he had peed his pants. The fire Chelin was still waiting here. The two left the city. Don't be too anxious about the special pardon order. It's very difficult to get. Even if you ask the goddess for help, she won't be able to do anything. If you really want to, you can go visit him more often and bring him more food, Lei Ming said as he sat opposite Zichen on the way back. Zichen nodded to show that he understood. After returning to the crafts manor, Zichen went to his room to cultivate. According to Wuji's instructions, he first had to refine the energy of the divine essence. The yin and yang seal on it was a very simple seal to prevent the divine essence from leaking out. As long as Zichen poured the same energy into it, the seal would naturally be broken. As the seal was broken, Zichen's room was filled with colorful light. After that, Zichen focused and began to refine the divine essence. This was a very pure energy that improved Zichen's physical strength. It could be seen that the gods cared a lot about the physical body. There was no need for a breakthrough in energy. Once Zichen's physical body reached the saint level, he could reach the 9th level on his own. From this point, it could be seen that the world of gods also valued physical strength. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lei Ming's voice came from outside Zichen's room. Zichen, hurry up and come out. The goddess is here. Yichen. Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he immediately walked out of the room. When he came to the hall, Yichen was already waiting there. Beside her was the servant Lotus. The servant Lotus looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. She seemed to think that it was neglecting the goddess to wait for him. Yichen gestured for the servant Lotus to leave. Only the two of them were left in the hall. Yichen took out a letter and said, "In a few days, I will undergo the god's awakening. They are holding a competition for fun. This is the invitation letter. The first place will be rewarded with a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon reward? Zichen was very surprised. He took the invitation letter. Only a few very special existences can directly invite you. I haven't congratulated you on defeating Shen Jun. He is very famous in the Divine City. I heard that after you defeated him, it caused quite a commotion. Zichen smiled and gestured for Yi Chen to sit down. He personally poured her a cup of tea. I have carefully asked about the way back. Other than those with divine bloodlines who can pass through this world on their own, it is very difficult for others to go out. There is no standard to rely on. The only thing that is certain is that you cannot become a Saint King. There will be 3 exits in the 3 families. Whether you can go out or not depends on whether the rules allow you to go out when the exits open. But which level is a Saint King? Zichen asked worriedly. There is no standard for this. Even the divine race doesn't know. However, they all agree that the 6th level is the standard. As long as you don't enter the 6th level, there is a high chance that you can advance. Of course, this is only our guess. We have not really tested it. Yi Chen knew of the divine race here. They could come and go freely in this world. Of course, they would not care about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was already very good that Yi Chen could find out this information. This token is for you. Yi Chen's hand flashed, and a token appeared. This is my right as a divine lady. If you have an urgent matter to find me, you can use this token to enter the divine city directly to find me. The moment Zichen heard, his expression froze slightly, and he said, then normally, can I use this token to enter the divine city at will? The divine city that Yi Chen mentioned was the city within the city that Zichen and the others often talked about. In theory, yes. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. Do you need to go to the divine city often? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. My master is locked in the prison of God. I want to visit him often and bring him some food, Zichen said. Is your master limitless? Zichen nodded. Why is he locked in the prison of God? Yi Chen was very surprised. It's a long story. Zichen briefly explained what he knew about Wuji causing havoc in this world. Yi Chen's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She was very surprised. As expected of a legendary figure. He is indeed powerful. Don't worry, you can go in and out at will with that token. Oh right, I have a divine ring here. It is equivalent to the spatial ring outside. This way, you don't have to carry things back and forth. Yi Chen's hand flashed again, and a colorful ring appeared. She handed it over to Zichen.